Sound check council, November 10th, sound check 1, presentation laptop. Sound check 1, council, November 10th, sound check 1, clerk's laptop.
Good morning, sunshines.
Sound check 2, city council meeting, November 10th, presentation laptop. Sound check 2, presentation laptop. Sound check 2, city council, clerk's laptop. Sound check 2, city council, clerk's laptop.
Since my first council meeting back, I want to thank the well wishers. Give me a chance to do that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, we are
so
live.
There's a statement by members is maybe an appropriate time to do that.
Yep.
You could, share your thoughts at that point in time on any matter. Madam Clerk, you were indicating ready to go.
Yes, we are, Mr. Mayor.
Are we live now?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. I'll ask all members of council to go on mute other than myself, or else I won't be heard. And I will indicate and confirm that there is quorum in the room. Madam Clerk, you'll confirm that?
Yes, we have quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And good morning to everyone, and good morning to everyone tuning in. I want to acknowledge that the city of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. The land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. And we further acknowledge this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the city of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our role as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members of the public are also advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during our council meeting. And a reminder that we will be following the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. And members can submit one other request to speak for additional time. And I do want to acknowledge as well Remembrance Day. And as you know, on Monday, November the 8th, we recognize National Aboriginal Veterans Day. And tomorrow, Thursday, November the 11th, is Remembrance Day. It is a time to honor and remember Canadian women and men in uniform and pay tribute to those who have answered the call to serve. We owe a great debt to our veterans, to the fallen, and to the families who cared deeply about them. And we honor the depth of their sacrifice and will forever keep them in our thoughts. So on behalf of my council colleagues, myself, and the City of Hamilton, I'd like to thank the Canadians who served and who serve today. Remembrance Day services will take place tomorrow, Thursday, November 11th, beginning at 10:30 a.m. And the live service will be aired on Cable 14 and the City of Hamilton's YouTube website. And those services will happen in all of our associated former municipalities in Snowy Creek, in Ancaster, in Dundas, and has already happened in Glanbrook this past Sunday. So we wish all those that have served in our community a great debt of gratitude. On that note, Madam Clerk, can you share with us if there are any changes to the agenda, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. There are 245 added communication items. We have item 4.9, correspondence from Tim Corcoran, Vice President of Moloch North America Limited, respecting the revised waste guidelines discussed at the November 1st, 2021 Public Works Committee meeting, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 2 of the Public Works Committee Report 21-016. We have 242 pieces of correspondence respecting Grids 2, the Municipal Comprehensive Review and Land Needs Assessment, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of the General Issues Committee Report 21-023. We have correspondence 11 correspondence from Jack Restivo of Jack Restivo Professional Corporation respecting Principals Integrity Report against Councillor Whitehead dated November 3rd, 2021, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 5.1. We have item 412, correspondence from Stan Copo Bianco, President, Associated Paving and Materials Limited, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 3 of the Audit and Finance and Administration Committee Report 21-019. We have one committee report that has been withdrawn as of the meeting was recessed and will continue on November 19th. That is item 5.9, the General Issues Committee Report 21-023. There are two add notices of motion. 7.1, issuance of demolition permit for 27 Deerhurst Road, Stony Creek. And item 7.2, review of the powers delegated to the head of council under the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. We have one one added private and confidential matter. Item 10.2, and this matter is respecting an identifiable individual. There is also an additional change to the order of items. With item 5.1, the recommendation report of the Integrity Commissioner Code of Conduct to be dealt with after council rises from closed session. That is all the changes to the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And could I have a motion then to approve the agenda as amended? I see Councillor Pearson's hand up. Thank you. Any seconder on that? Councillor Partridge, thank you as well. A vote will pop up and indicate your or not. Thank you. And while you're tallying that vote, I will be asking members of council if there are any declarations of interest. So if you want to indicate now, I'll put you on the list to go. I see you, Councillor Clark. Thank you. I'll get to you in 1 second as soon as the clerk identifies the vote.
We're just waiting on Councillor Whitehead's vote to come through.
Thank you. I see your hand as well, Councillor Whitehead. I'll get to you as well.
Thank you.
Do we have a, did we get a
Councillor
vote?
Whitehead, do you vote in favor? We don't have your vote coming through.
Are you logged into
That's-
eScribe?
That's what I want to speak about, Mr. Mayor. The reality is that staff is aware that I've been trying to get into eScribe for the last several days, and IT is aware of it. We have done everything we can to access eScribe and still haven't been able to do that. And no one's been offering to come forward to help with it at this point in time. So I'm a bit frustrated. So I'm going to have to do my thumb up from this point on, if you don't mind.
That's fine. Do you have a copy of the agenda?
I'm using another computer to get to the, but I won't have the specific reports. And that's unfortunate because normally clerks jump in and help with these things and they've been great. But this time around, somehow we haven't solved the problem.
Right. I'm not quite understanding why you're not able to get into eScribe, but you know.
Well, it might be because I'm blocked out, Mr. Mayor.
Your staff,
So we don't know.
can work with you know, IT staff right now to
Okay.
maybe accommodate that to happen. So I'll leave you to do that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So is that approval to the changes, Councillor
Those
Whitehead?
thumbs up. Thank you.
Thank you. And that matter's carried 14-0.
Okay, thank you very much. And on matters of conflict of interest,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 3 on the General Issues Committee. I think it was item number 3. This is the item that is dealing with, let me just open her up here. Instructions regarding proposed settlement of development charge complaint by Trillium Housing, Winona Not-for-Profit, and Trillium Housing, Highbury Not-for-Profit. I had recused myself from that in-camera session as I sit on the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee, and which forms the hearing authority under the Development Charges Act. So I'm assuming I have to declare a conflict here, but I'm looking for you and the clerk.
yes, and I think that's definitely in the roadmap. So when we get to that issue, I think it's you and others as well that will have to declare a conflict as a result of that. So we will indicate at the appropriate time on that item.
Thank you, sir.
And all those that have a conflict on the Audit and Finance Committee would have to recuse themselves from that.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for pointing it out, and I'm sure we'll be reminded to make sure that we're looking for that issue. Any other declarations of conflict? Councillor Wilson?
On the same item, Mr. Mayor, item 3, the GIC. I've noted this conflict throughout. My spouse helps his employment helps fund a mortgage pool for low income persons, and one of the participants in that mortgage pool is the principal identified in this report. I'll be declaring an interest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, we'll have a separate vote on that item at the appropriate time. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the item about that Audit and Admin Committee are involved in, do each of us have to declare now that we have a conflict on that, or do we just abstain from the vote when it comes up? Could you put that through the clerk for me?
My understanding is abstaining, but Madam Clerk, if you could just clarify that for all those that will have to declare.
Yes, through the mayor. The motion would be that you're going to recuse yourself from the motion, from voting, due to potential conflict that you also sit on AFNA, which is the DC Complaint Hearing Committee as well.
And that will happen when we get to that item, right?
Yes, when we get to that item.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. So are we then, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I really want to be a little bit clearer on this. Are we then, to the clerk, are we then filling out conflict of interest forms for that item?
Through the mayor, you're just recusing yourself. There isn't a conflict of interest form.
Okay, thank you very much. I
Because the
appreciate it.
conflict of interest, sorry, I just want to clarify, the conflict of interest form is under the MCIA.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wilson is declaring a conflict for another reason.
Yes, so for that, because that is under the MCIA, we would expect a form for that.
Yeah, and you're recusing yourself for the reason that was stated when we were at GIC. So it's a different scenario, but we will deal with it when we get to that item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. On the any additional conflicts of interest? Councillor Partridge, conflicts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I don't have a conflict of interest, but I do have an FCM Women in Politics Committee meeting this afternoon between 2 and 4 p.m. So depending on where we are in the schedule, whether or not I will leave. Thank you.
Thank you. My hope would be that you will be clear to go do that. That's my hope, yes. Conflicts of interest? Councillor Whitehead.
I'm not clear in the context of the commission report if I'm in a conflict or not, so I'm looking for guidance because I did not check with my lawyer that wrote the letter here today.
That's a personal choice, Councillor, and you know, I can only tell you that you know, when I had the similar situation, I recused myself from or excused myself from participating. I know Councillor Clark and others, when there was a Integrity Commissioner report, removed themselves from part of those discussions. So that's been the practice, but I understand that that is not something that's embedded in legislation. So it's your call, and your call only.
Well, I don't get the chance to speak to it, do I?
You get the chance to ask questions. Yes, you do, which actually quite surprises me, unless you excuse yourself.
Yeah, I think I want to save the council has gone through enough in the context of the last number of months and decisions that I've been observing the great work you do. I don't think this is the time for me to be participating in the conversation. I should recuse myself. I think you have the letters that speak for themselves, Mr. Mayor. So my intent at this point anyway, there'll be a lot to be said down the road. But for now, I trust this council to do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at the appropriate time when we deal with that issue, you can vacate the meeting and we will carry on. So I appreciate that. Thank you. That has been the practice, but again, it's not a requirement under the act. So that's your choice. Any other declarations of interest? I didn't see any others. Thank you. I'm going to go to the minutes of the City Council meeting of October the 27th. For anyone that was there, you could move those minutes. Councillor Jackson, would you like to move those? And Councillor Johnson would be enthused to second that. Thank you. Any comments or questions on the minutes? If not, the vote will pop up right now. Thank you. And Councillor Whitehead, you were not in attendance at that meeting, so, but I think you can vote to approve the minutes. Presumptively, you've read them. Thank you.
That's a thumbs up from Councillor
Thumbs
Whitehead.
up from Councillor Whitehead. Yes, thank you. I'll keep an eye on Councillor Whitehead's thumbs up and down, and I'll let you know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hopefully, you're still working on getting him described.
Yes, we're going to have IT contact him. And
Thank
that
you.
matter carries 14-0.
Thank you.
You just check to see we got another computer. We've been tempting all morning to get it going. Think we're up.
Okay, good. So if the vote
Thank you.
shows up, please vote, and if it doesn't show up, give me your thumbs up.
Clerks can confirm maybe.
Yep. Sorry?
Can the clerks confirm that vote came through?
Sure, yeah.
We put,
Madam Clerk, did you
through
get a
the
vote?
mayor, we put that vote in manually.
Oh, okay. that's, you can just make me aware if the vote doesn't come through. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Councillor Pearson, could I have a motion on the voluminous communications, please? I can't hear you, Councillor Pearson. I think you're still on mute.
Apologies that that the council communications as presented be received.
Thank you. Seconded by
Councillor
Councillor
Johnson.
Vanderbeek. Thank you. And on the communications, is there any communications items you would like to have discussed, lifted, or altered? Not seeing, now I am. Councillor Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. A new communication that came in today under the amended agenda, 4.12. I just want to give my colleagues a heads up. It's going to be referred to item 3 of the AF&A committee, since the company's name is public in AF&A about Associated Paving. Typically, I would just read this type of letter and go, yep, contractual matter, whatever. My colleagues at a subcommittee or standing committee dealt with it. But in light of some of the statements in the letter, Mr. Mayor, I would respectfully ask if the majority of my colleagues wish to, when we get to item 3 of AF&A, that we go in camera to hear from staff on this. And I'm not a voting member of the subcommittee and or the standing committee that dealt with it. Just in light of some of the statements in the letter, I just need to get clarification exactly what the committee decided, because all it says in item 3 is be approved and everything remain confidential, but how this letter parlays into it. So just an alert to my colleagues, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so at the appropriate time, you'll be asking to have that item moved into the in-camera session for discussion and resolve. Okay, I will, please indicate at the time if I forget, and we will make sure that that happens. Thank you. On the balance of the communications items, I see no further indicators, so thank you. All in favor then? And Councillor Whitehead, if the vote, please vote on screen. If not, give me a thumbs up. It appears that you're vote able at this point.
We did receive his vote, and that carries 14-0. Mr. Mayor, if I could just get the seconder on that.
That
We
was
missed it.
Councillor Johnson.
Councillor Johnson, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no, it was Councillor Vanderbeek. I'm sorry. Just reminded, because I'm looking at the
Yes.
screen here and I remember her.
So Councillors Pearson and Vanderbeek, thank you.
On here popping out at us, yes. Thank you. Okay, we are now at committee reports, so I need a motion, Councillor Pearson, on moving into committee of the whole, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that council move into committee of the whole to consider the committee reports. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions? Not seeing any. All in favor then? Vote is up. And again, everyone's able.
And that is carried 14-0.
Thank you very much. We're at item 2, which is the City Housing Hamilton Corporation Shareholder Report. Again, Councillor Pearson, I have a motion to put that on the floor, and then we'll entertain any questions if there are any. Councillor?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Hamilton Housing Corporation Shareholder Annual General Meeting Report 21002, being the meeting held on Thursday, October 28, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan.
Yep, thank you. All right, any comments or questions on that report? Councillor Wilson.
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I was trying to flag your interest, flag your attention, I beg your pardon. Just procedurally on the order of the agenda, you went to 5.2. Could you give me some advice on 5.1 where we are dealing with that matter, please?
The agenda was altered.
Oh.
And it was moved to after the in-camera session.
Oh, okay. I guess I need to reboot my my agenda. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And I think it was indicated by the clerk when we did changes to the agenda early on.
I guess I need another coffee. I'm sorry, sir.
Coffee is always good. Go Columbian if you have to. Powerful. So back to the City Housing Hamilton Corporation shareholder report. It was moved and seconded. It's on the floor. Any comments or questions on the report? Didn't see any. So on that report then, all in favor? And as I mentioned, Columbian, I had a good meeting with the Colombian ambassador yesterday to speak about shared opportunities between Colombia and Hamilton and Canada. So that ongoing relationship and work continues. Madam Clerk, all were able to vote.
And that is carried 14-0.
Thank you very much. To item 5.3, which is the Public Works Committee report. Councillor Vanderbeek, a motion to put it on the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan, who's the vice chair. That Public Works Committee report 21-016, being the meeting held on Monday, November 1st, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you very much. So the report is on the floor. Members of council, any items in the Public Works report that you would like to discuss, raise, ask questions about? Not seeing any indication at all. Thank you. So to the balance of the report then, all in favor?
That carries 14-0.
Thank you. We're now moving along to the Planning Committee report of November the 2nd. Councillor Danko, Chair, could you please give us a motion to put that report on the floor, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Johnson, that Planning Committee report 21-017, being the meeting held on Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. Any items in the Planning Committee report that folks would like to discuss? Thank you. Councillor Wilson, I saw first, and then Councillor Partridge. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to thank staff. It's with respect to item 1, public notices at infill construction sites. It is actually quite topical as we're talking about how we're going to grow and develop in the future. This is a new bylaw which where there is intensification or redevelopment occurring in an established neighborhood, the requirements that will be new for the posting on site of really critical contact information and notice, and where to get more information of the obligations, identifying the developer, where citizens can get further information, which will include the obligations of that developer on site and things like that. So I think it's an important first step in moving towards a direction which I believe is forthcoming on a good neighbor guide. So I just would want to, I wanted to highlight that and also to give my thanks to staff for doing that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on the planning report, item number 3 is the heritage built inventory. I wanted to speak to, this is for the core of Waterdown, and it's part of the secondary plan that staff have been working on for, I think, 2 years now. And I'm just thrilled that the the heritage built inventory is coming together. We've been able to put 209 additional properties, which will be put onto the inventory list for heritage value. And it's so very important, downtown water, or the core of Waterdown, similar to other cores in the city. There's just so many heritage properties, and it's really quite lovely. So I wanted to thank Alyssa Golden for her amazing work on this and the team that works with her. And if I may also speak to item number 6.
Yeah, let me just ask if there's anyone else on item 3, just to kind of cover that off. Okay, Councillor Nan is on item 3. So if you just hold that for a second on item 3, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Partridge, for pausing there. On item C in report number 3 is the designation of 1099 King Street East, which many of you know as the Jimmy Thompson Memorial Pool. Staff did an incredible job of when revitalizing the site and building the Morelli Recreation Center, preserving the pool that has not only beloved memories in our community for people, but is also quite a unique heritage feature in our city. And I'm glad to see this motion move forward from Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I certainly have wanted to share some of those memories. To be honest, I spent a lot of time in that pool. Thank you. Anyone else on item 3? Okay, Councillor Partridge, back to you on your second item.
Yes, very quickly, Mr. Mayor, thank you. On item number 6, Haida improvements, our beloved HMCS Haida ship that is down at the pier. In the meeting and in the report, I had asked that staff reach out to the board of directors, and I was very pleased to see quickly that they did that. And there was a letter submitted by Neil Bell on behalf of the board of directors for Haida, and this is regarding a dual partnership between the city, Haida board of directors, and regarding investment from Parks Canada for the pier and the entryway into Haida. So I thank staff very much for that. I thank Neil, and really look forward to the wonderful work that is continuing down at our pier. Thank you, sir.
Great, thank you. Anyone else on that item? Councillor Farr?
Well, I'm glad Councillor Partridge, a long-time fellow colleague on the planning committee of mine, brought this up. It was good committee work. It was a very good addition to my motion, and it's great to already be communicating with them. I think this is going to work out just fine, and looking forward to staff reporting back. But thanks to Councillor Judy Partridge for the sage suggestion.
And we could also acknowledge the Cops Pier, which we've moved from Cops Coliseum to the waterfront in honor of the former mayor, and I think that was also an appropriate move. So thank you for that, Councillor Jackson. Other item.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. Item 5. Just want to read out the Outdoor Dining District's extension. Want to thank my colleagues who serve on Planning Committee, and especially if General Manager Thorne is listening, just to convey to the staff all involved, I think Manager Judy Lamb and others, this is to make permanent the Outdoor Dining District program that we did temporarily to help so many restaurants and pubs throughout our city, Mr. Mayor, during the whole time of the awful pandemic. And it says here that the council-borne program, Mr. Mayor, proved to be extremely successful, with over 200 establishments across our city taking advantage of the streamlined and cost-effective safe outdoor dining spaces. I know wherever I've traveled in the city, whether it's been on downtown side streets where now you see the jutting out part of the patio in front of the storefront, the restaurant pub, occupying the curb lane with the protective barricades around the outdoor dining area, whether it's been on commercial plazas with the approval of the landlord. Up in my area, there's several plazas that with the landlord's approval, we've allowed the restaurant to extend its operation right to a street front by the city sidewalk. Incredibly popular. And Mr. Mayor, I'm just so delighted to see that over 200 establishments. That tells me they're still in existence. Hopefully someday will flourish again, along with many more. I'm very supportive. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Fully agree with that, and it's been a great blessing for a lot of the restaurateurs in our community, and certainly a great initiative by Councillor Farr, and certainly supported by all of us, as well as our good staff. So they made it happen quickly. Thank you. Any other items on the Planning Committee agenda? Councillor Farr.
Well, just on that one, Mr. Mayor, thank you to Councillor Jackson for recognizing I did have a few motions at Planning Committee, and this was another one. And the committee was so supportive. Thank you to Councillor Johnson for seconding, and of course Jason Thorne, who's been very active on this file, but his staff like Julia Davis and so many others that have been working with over 200 people who've taken up this program. And it's really great because rightly so, we had early debates, a little bit of trepidation here and there, worries about neighborhood effects, but the complaints are so low. It's proven successful and worth taking a look at maintaining it. And that includes, of course, Mr. Mayor, as you know, and I'm sorry, I thought I put the mayor's task force on economic recovery, and one of my whereases, I usually do when it's appropriate, and it should have been here, but it's not there. But I'll tell you this, it's something that has, caught on. It's seen some great take up, and I'm sure we can make it work in the way it does now, which is efficient, cost effective, and certainly helpful to those businesses that participate. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you. Great initiative and certainly well received. On the balance of the report then, there have been no changes, so it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Or opposed or otherwise? Councillor Whitehead, you definitely have a blazing fire on the screen behind you there. That's heartwarming. Can't quite hear you, sorry.
It's the man cave.
It's definitely a blaze. It's not a small little fire. Thank you. Madam Clerk, that
Councillor Pauls, were you able to send your vote through? She's thumbs up. And that is carried 14-0.
thank you. Now on to the General Issues Committee, item 5.5. Councillor Pearson, first of all, to put it on the floor, and then I'll walk us through any recusals and conflicts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and my apologies, but I just want to ask the clerk that I was not in attendance on November 3rd as I had a virtual court hearing. So I don't know that I should move this, Madam Clerk. Could you just verify procedure?
I think it has more to do with your deputy mayor at this moment in time.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to be sure
that's
there's
why you're
no skewing of rules. Thank you. I will do that then. General Issues Committee Report 21021, being the meeting held on Wednesday, November 3rd, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Farr.
Great, thank you. So
Thank you.
we'll turn right to item 3, which I know that Councillor Wilson has declared a conflict on, and that will be duly noted, and you'll vote accordingly. And then for the balance of the Audit and Finance Committee members, as a result of the proposed settlement of development charge complaint by Trillium Housing Winona Not-for-Profit and Trillium Housing Highbury Not-for-Profit, the Audit Committee, Councillors Ferguson, Wilson, Johnson, Vanderbeek, Clark, and Pearson will need to recuse yourself from participating in this vote of this issue. So this is the moment in time where you do that. So recusal, I guess, basically means you don't vote one way or the other. You just do not vote. And the balance of council will have to vote on item 3, and we'll ask for that vote if you're ready to do that. Councillor Ferguson, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just for clarity on this, and so we just don't vote yes or no. We've hit the abstain button, and which I believe is what you're asking us to do, but it wasn't said in so many words.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's important to note that this is not a conflict of interest, but because the AF&A committee was scheduled to do a hearing on this matter, it was next Tuesday, and if we can't involve ourselves in another decision when we're sitting members of the committee to go through the hearing. So that is why the entire committee needs to stand down and vote to neither say yes or no, simply to recuse. I see the clerk brought her camera on. I hope that's correct, Clerk Holland.
Thank you. Let's ask to be clear. Madam Clerk?
Yes, through the mayor. So those those members who are recusing themselves, we will mark you as absent from the vote. That's what recusing yourself means. If we were to use abstain,
we don't vote at all. So we don't vote at all then.
You are not touching anything. We will be marking you as absent for the vote.
Thanks for that clarity.
Okay, so that again.
However, I just want to verify Councillor Wilson will be marking herself as abstain, and that will be converted to conflict because she has an MCIA form that she's filling out.
Correct. So she will participate in the vote, but will abstain from voting as due to her conflict. So
correct.
The ones that are accusing themselves are Ferguson, Johnson, Councillors Ferguson, Councillor Johnson, Vanderbeek, Clark, and Pearson. So on the balance of members of council, we'll put up the vote on item 3. And you will vote accordingly. whenever that's ready to go. So I imagine you're absenting a few people. Thank you.
And that carries 8-0.
Thank you very much. And obviously, this was able to declare her conflict. On the balance of that report, yes, Councillor Wilson.
Just speaking to a matter on the balance of the report, sir.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
It's item 1, Mr. Mayor, the placemaking grant. I never want to miss an opportunity to recognize philanthropy related to city building, and that, of course, is the McNally Foundation once again stepping up to underscore that public space is public and it is an asset, and their investment of I think it was 100,000 for the purpose of enabling citizens to bring their imagination to animate those assets is greatly appreciated. And I think this is actually related to many discussions that we're having, including the extension of the outdoor dining, is that we are starting to, as a community, reimagine our spaces and assess their value and really appreciating that they are an asset in terms of our economic resiliency and our quality of life. So thank you to the McNally Foundation, and obviously very encouraged of the direction that we're going on this in general. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other items in the report? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, just for clarity, back to Clerk Collin, if I can. So the special, because council has now supported the settlement, can the clerk confirm then that the special Audit and Finance Committee meeting on Tuesday, the 23rd of November, to do with this matter can now be taken out of our calendars and we can book something else in?
Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor, I'm going to ask Stephen Sprackland, City Solicitor, to speak to that because I'm not sure what the legal process is now that council's approved the settlement.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thank you very much. Stephen Sprackland, City Solicitor, through you, Mayor Eisenberger, to the question from Councillor Ferguson. Council is approved the settlement. We will have to go back and then have those discussions with the relevant parties to confirm and finalize all documentation. And at that point in time, we will let you know that the matter has been resolved and the time can be released. I think it's fair to say that at this point in time, that will free up and you will be able to use that calendar space going forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. So on the balance of the General Issues Committee report, all in favor and or any opposed? Everyone's able to vote happily. That's good.
And the balance of the report carries 14-0.
Great, thank you. We are on the Audit and Finance Committee report. Councillor Ferguson, Chair, please, if you could, a motion to put that report on the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Pearson, that the Audit Finance Administrative Committee report 21-019, being the meeting of Thursday, November the 4th, 2021, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Great, thank you. Any comments on the Audit and Finance Committee report? Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to item 1.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's the workplace mental health and well-being strategy. So I had a chance to read the report, and it's near and dear to me in the context of the importance and the significance of ensuring that we understand mental health, we understand the triggers, we understand a healthy workplace, we understand the cliff that many people from mental health stand on, and just a matter of pushing them over, and that's what we have to be cautious about. I just want to highlight that this report is excellent and taking concern of our employees, especially in the context of the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that item, anyone else on that item? Not seeing any. Thank you. Councillor Jackson. On another item.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So now we're at this item 3, the procurement subcommittee report that went up through AF&A. Again, I don't serve on either the subcommittee procurement or the standing committee. If the majority of my colleagues don't wish to, but I would try, if I can get a seconder, a referral motion to go in camera, only because, again, in light of the correspondence of 4.12, I just need to satisfy myself where either committee and or staff and with the company's statements where everybody's coming from. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, I mean, that's a formal motion on your behalf. I did see indications of seconders, Councillor Whitehead and Councillor Pauls both. Take your pick, Councillor Jackson, for a seconder on that. Did anyone else want to speak to it? In terms of the deferral to the in-camera session? Not?
Obviously, it's for contractual and or potential legal ramifications, Mr.
Right.
Mayor, obviously. Thank you.
So you're requesting to move this into the in-camera discussion and then come back out later on for ratifying the decision, whatever it is.
Correct,
So
Mr. Mayor.
on that motion, all in favor? I don't see any other comments. All in favor to defer to the in-camera or refer to the in-camera section? I'll let Madam Clerk put that in. I'm sure that's happening feverishly. And then we will defer, finalizing the balance of the report until we come out of camera. Madam Clerk? There you go. The vote is up. And thank you for the reminder, Councillor Jackson. Much appreciated. All were able to vote, Madam Clerk?
We're just waiting for some just came through. So that is carried 14-0.
Great, thank you very much. So we will balance of the report a little later. Were there any other items in the report that anyone wanted to raise at this point? Okay, so we're dealing with just the one issue later on. Thank you. Going to turn to item 5.7, which is the Emergency and Community Services Committee report. Chair, Councillor Nan, would you give us the motion, please, to put that report on the floor?
Certainly, through you, Mayor, that the Emergency and Community Services Committee report 21-011, being the meeting that was held on Thursday, November 4th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you. Any items on the report that anyone would like to speak to? Councillor Partridge, I did see first, so go ahead. And then I saw Councillor Pearson. Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak to item number 5, please, which is the fireworks review for sales and residential use, with a report back in 2022. And I just want to thank the committee very much for raising this. It's not just about the noise. It's not just about the, they're getting far bigger and I think far more dangerous than they have been before. But I think we also have to include the effect that it has on farm animals. I know out I live in the rural area, and we've had incidents out here where horses have been spooked. They have gone crazy, and they run trying to get away from the fireworks. They run into fences. There was one, I think, last year that had to be sadly put down because it was injured so badly. And people just don't realize it's not just dogs and cats. And yes, that's bad too. But especially out in the rural area, any farm animal, when these fireworks go off, and as it says in the report, they are far larger and more. The word I would use is aggressive than I think I ever remember them being over the years. So I really, really appreciate this, and I do hope that the fire chief will certainly include the effect on rural animals in the report that comes back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on that item? Councillor Pearson, then you are up next, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I did have on the speakers list, and I appreciate that. I too was speaking to item 5. I want to thank the mover of this motion bringing this forward. I've expressed to residents in my ward who have called me with complaints over the last number of months that we are looking into this, that it is coming forward. So, and I really appreciate that the direction has been given to the chief. And it's not just, Mr. Mayor, I think it would be easier to accept if it was just on the specific days that our bylaw says that you can let off fireworks, which is Canada Day and Victoria Day. But I have residents throughout the ward that are getting these fireworks and setting them off at all times of the year. And as Councillor Partridge has said, it has been a tremendous impact on neighborhoods, especially when you have the intensification of, townhouses, stacked townhouses, very little backyards. And these fireworks are not the fireworks you and I burning schoolhouse that never worked for me. But anyways, they're not the fireworks that we remember when we were children. These things are massively strong. I can tell you, I have neighbors around me that set them off. I have a very large yard and distance between properties, and I have remains from fireworks from 3 houses away that land on my external buildings, that land in my yard. I'm very concerned that if there are young ones around in neighborhoods, this can become a danger that's also been mentioned in the report. So I too am pleased to see this come forward, and that we can have some news a report coming forward from the chief that provides us with controls on the fireworks. Thank you, sir.
That's great. Thank you very much. Councillor Whitehead on the same item.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we regulate drones, but we don't regulate fireworks. And I think it's high time that we do. And here's the reason why. I mean, the report obviously covers most of it. I want to thank the previous speakers on this issue in the context of impact on animals, impact on neighborhoods, and impact on people. Reality is that we can enjoy fireworks, but we shouldn't regulate them in the context of when it can be used, where they can be used, and what the powder content is and so forth, because without having those kinds of regulations, we saw what happened in the fireworks can be used as weapons in the context of protests. You just have to look at what happened in Portland or Seattle last summer in the United States with fireworks, using them to challenge the police, or in Minnesota. So I think we need to now look and ask and require whether it's the federal or provincial governments as well to step in and facilitate the regulation of fireworks, because really it is an explosive and it can do harm. Thank you.
Great, thank you. On this item as well, Councillor Jackson. Okay, go ahead, and then I have Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And let's be specific in our praise to Councillor Clark, who was the author of this motion at ECS. Very timely. I commended him. I seconded his motion. And some things to remember, Mr. Mayor. For Victoria Day and Canada Day, originally we just had the fireworks to be on those specific 2 stat holidays. Then a number of years ago, councils of the past, I was part of it, with some input from the fire chiefs of the day, we thought, well, you know what, if you get a bad inclement weather day on that particular stat holiday, the families won't be able to enjoy the fireworks because it's the one and only legal day that they can do it. So what did we do, Mr. Mayor? With the best of intentions, we expanded the time over that particular weekend, a couple of days before the stat holiday, a couple of days after, but it was always meant to kind of look after if the stat holiday was a rain day and the fireworks were rained out on the stat holiday. What's happened recently, at least up in my area in several neighborhoods, some people, some families, some groups have taken advantage and literally are setting off fireworks 3, 4, 5 days of that entire weekend. It was never meant to be that way. So we're asking the Fire Chief Cunliffe to review that aspect of the bylaw. And secondly, some groups are using our public parks. I've complained the last 2 stat holidays earlier this year, where in a couple of neighborhood parks, public spaces, groups were setting off the fireworks. When I delved further with MLE and with the fire chief, no permits were ever issued. So we need to deal with that issue as well. It's timely for this review. Of course, Mr. Mayor, to conclude, after my statements publicly a week ago,
I get a couple of families in my ward saying, Councillor Jackson, thanks for kiboshing our family's little fireworks we like doing in our backyard. I said, sir, madam, that's not what this is about. They will still continue, but we need to refine the bylaw. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. To the author, I'm assuming Councillor Clark, you're speaking to this issue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to inform my colleagues that I did have a discussion with our fire chief prior to drafting the motion. And there are many concerns being expressed across the city with regard to the power, the height that these fireworks can go to, and in a windy day, they then blow over, as Councillor Pearson indicated, onto other people's properties. I've received complaints about damage to back decks, roofs, as well as pools. When I looked into the fireworks, I was surprised at the size of the fireworks that were being sold legally in Ontario. But then I also learned very quickly that outside of Hamilton, other municipalities are not preventing the sale of fireworks, and so they're being sold year-round in the province of Ontario. So the direction here is not to force the chief into a specific set pathway. It's a wide open review so that he can look at what other municipalities are doing, what the province's laws are, and then come back with recommendations to us in terms of our bylaw and how we regulate fireworks sales and residential use of them. I was shocked over the summer to see the news of the goalie from Latvia who was in Michigan at the time, and they were at home having a fireworks display in a backyard, and the firework tilted would be the best way to describe it, and they started shooting off mortar shells directly towards the residents who were at the party, and this young goalie jumped out to protect residents, and he got hit in the chest with the mortar, and the concussive force of the mortar killed him. If that doesn't indicate to us the power of these fireworks that are being sold, I don't know what will. So it's appropriate that we review it, appropriate that we review it from a safety perspective within our community, and most specifically, it's appropriate for the Hamilton Fire Chief to be the one that directs his staff to review the bylaws and come back with recommendations. So I thank my colleagues for their support, and we'll see what happens in the first quarter of 2022. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. And lots of good information there, much appreciated. And we have the balance of the report now and no further speakers that I understand. On any items, on a different item, Councillor Ferguson?
No, on the same one if I can, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if the chief is listening or maybe a committee member can tell me, but I assume this is just for backyard fireworks. It doesn't mean to curtail professional fireworks that are set off by a professional organization. You know, we do have the Heritage Days fireworks. We have July 1st. I know the BIA does some fireworks on top of the Ancaster Municipal Service Center, set off by a professional firm that does football games. In fact, did a Super Bowl. And the Hamilton Golf and Country Club has a July 1st celebration where professional lets off fireworks safely. So is the for the chief's purpose, don't forget those kind of events that may be done in a safe manner by a professional, and also just confirm that it's only for backyard review, not for the ones that are set off professionally in a safe manner. I don't know whether the chief's on or whether I see Councillor Clark has his hands up. Maybe he can make that clear for me.
Yeah, I think permitted fireworks are still permitted fireworks, and I think those are appropriate. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you for the question from Councillor Ferguson. Yeah, I was specific in the motion, residential use. So it's the fireworks bylaw for residential use only. It's not for entertainment purposes at football games or any other number of things, those still stand with the permitted process through the fire department. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
Councillor
thank you.
Johnson.
And just want to make that message gets through the chief. It's probably in the report we don't have in front of us today, but I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Good, thank you. And I think all fireworks displays, formal fireworks displays require a permit notwithstanding. So I don't think that that is any change at all. I think it's more about the backyard residential unpermitted that may not be in any kind of controlled fashion. So that's my understanding. On the balance of the report, Councillor Pearson. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate what the chief is going to review, but I also have had issues with regards to a facility that abuts a major residential neighborhood, and they hold events that the participants at the events do get permits, and there's been an outcry from that neighborhood with regards to these fireworks. So I'll continue to work with the residents and the chief. So we have to be cautious of where these do abut residential neighborhoods, but appreciate, at least we're starting with the residential. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on the balance of the report, including this item then, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? And no one's indicated an abstention. Then we shall move to the General Issues Committee report.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you're looking to me.
No, not yet. So
No,
I'm just
sorry.
going to hear from the clerk. I'll come to you in a second. I just want to hear
We're just waiting for Councillor Whiteheads to come through.
Okay, I don't see Councillor Whitehead on the screen at the moment.
Nope, we have it through now.
there you
That
are.
carries
There.
14-0.
Okay, thank you. Then it is to you, Councillor Pearson, on the General Issues Committee report, one end of the Budget Committee report.
Yes, thank you, sir. And that General Issues Committee report 21022, being the meeting held on Monday, November the 8th, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on that report? Councillor Wilson.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to extend my thanks to the citizens who participated in this first ever earlier budget deliberation, taking time out of their day to list their priorities and their concerns. And I would also like to extend my thanks, therefore, to staff, finance staff, for including it and suggesting it, and looking forward to more of this type of engagement when it comes to our budget going forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments on that report? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, if I could just mention that we're waiving notice first for 5-8.
Oh, yeah, my apologies. Yes.
That's okay.
So Councillor Pearson would be moving to waive notice because of the notice period was not appropriate. So on that motion to waive notice to present this, all in favor?
And we'll just need a seconder, please.
That was Councillor Ferguson. Thank you.
Thank you.
And all are able to vote again?
And that waiving of the rule carries 14-0.
Thank you. And then back to what it's already been moved and put on the floor. Thank you, Councillor Pearson. All in favor of the report? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We're just waiting for Councillor Whiteheads to come through, and we got it. That's 14-0 carried.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn to item 6.1, which is a residential municipal relief assistance program for basement flooding for the heavy rain event that began in August. I have Councillor Clark putting forward a motion. Councillor Clark, if you would.
Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brenda Johnson. Residential Municipal Relief Assistance Program for basement flooding for the heavy rain event that began on August 26, 2021. Whereas the heavy rain event that began on August 26, 2021 caused basement floodings at properties within Ward 9 in the city of Hamilton. Therefore, be it resolved that A, that the purpose of invoking the Residential Relief Assistance Program for basement flooding, City Council declare the heavy rain event that began on August 26, 2021 as a disaster for all affected properties within Ward 9 in the city of Hamilton. B, that the payment of claims to a maximum of $1,000 be based on compassionate grounds only and not be construed as an admission of liability on the part of the city of Hamilton. C, that the eligibility criteria for the Residential Municipal Disaster Relief Assistance Program as previously approved in report number FCS 06007 be applied. That D, the costs associated with these claims be funded from the Storm Sewer Reserve 108010, and that E, that staff be authorized if necessary to retain an independent adjusting service for the administration of claims under the municipal residential, oh my goodness, that was backwards, Residential Municipal Disaster Relief Assistance Program, try and say that fast, and that these administrative costs be funded from the Storm Sewer Reserve. Mr. Mayor, very briefly, there was a significant rainfall event in a narrow scope through Ward 9 on August the 26th. I had a number of properties that experienced flooding in their basements. I met with residents on Fox Meadow and Foxtrot specifically. We had an outdoor meeting, and I thank the residents for cooperating in that process. This was raised as a possibility, and I advised them that I would bring it to this council and ask for support. This is consistent with the same type of residential relief assistance that we have provided for other wards when there were significant rain events that caused flooding in their homes. I leave it to council's consideration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your time, sir.
Thank you. And you're very right. It's what we've consistently done for other flooding issues. So the motion is before you, members of council. Any comments or questions on the motion? Not seeing any. So again, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Johnson, I heard. Did I get that right? Thank you. All in favor then? Or any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm sure the residents will appreciate the assistance. Nothing, I guess there's lots of things worse, but it's particularly challenging and messy to have flooding basements, and so always happy to help.
We're just waiting for Councillor Whitehead's vote to come through.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead's hair is on fire, or at least that's the way it looks from this vantage
Thank you.
point.
That carries.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. That carries 14-0.
Thank you very much. Issuance of a demolition permit for 27 Deerhurst Road, Stony Creek. Councillor Pearson, you want to bring that forward, but you first have to waive notice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so I do have a motion that I'd wish to waive the rules. It's a request for a demolition permit to be issued for 27 Deerhurst Road, Stony Creek. So respectfully, I ask if I can have the rules of order waived so I can put this motion on the floor. It's moved by myself, second by Councillor Brenda Johnson.
Appreciate that. And an indicator of urgency is?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, sorry. I can read the motion off. Just one second. Oh, dear me. Too many buttons on the computer. So my motion reads, Mr. Mayor, so everyone can understand it, is whereas the owner of the above mentioned property is in the process of completing his application for a building permit in order to build a home for his family, including the registration on title, guaranteeing the building will be completed within 2 years, submitted the grading plan and check, as well as having all utility disconnected and verified to the plans examiner. He only awaits the processing of all the paperwork and demolition permit to remove the current building on the property. And whereas over the last several months, the homeowner has experienced ongoing vandalism to the building, which has created ongoing safety concerns for the property, surrounding neighbors, and the owner. Most recently, he has experienced break-ins by untoward residents seeking drug paraphernalia, and a police to address their habit. Therefore, be it resolved that Chief Building Official be authorized to issue a demolition permit for 27 Deerhurst Road, Stony Creek, in accordance with Bylaw 09208 as amended by Bylaw 13-185, pursuant to Section 33 of the Planning Act as amended, without having to comply with the conditions of 6A, B, and C of the Demolition Control Bylaw 01908. He is, Mr. Mayor, if I can just elaborate, as I've stated concisely in the minute.
Let me take the waiver and notice. I think that explains that. I think the urgency, and I'll let you get to that issue in a moment. So let's deal with the waiver first, in terms of allowing you to bring that forward. And I think reading of the motion, I think, indicates that. So all in favor of waiving the rules to bring this forward, please indicate. And all are able. Councillor Whitehead's able to vote.
And waiving 0.
Thank you. And back to you, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've read the motion off. My colleagues, you know, I don't look at these lightly, but this resident has called me numerous times with issues of damage to the property, materials being removed, etc. But now the latest has been the break-ins and drug use going on in there. So I do have a concern. He is going through the process. I'm wholeheartedly know a building will be there because he is building his family's home. And I thank my colleagues for support of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you understand the motion. The motion's before you at this point. Any comments or questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. All in favor then?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can we have the seconder, please, Councillor Will?
Councillor Brenda
Councillor
Johnson,
Pearson.
please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Partridge, were you able to submit your vote? Thank you. That carries 14-0.
Great,
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. And we're on to item 7.2, which is the notice of motion by Councillor Marula, who I do not see on the screen at this moment in time, but he's indicated that he's leaving this as a notice of motion. It has to do with the review of the powers of delegated to the head of council under the Municipal Act 2001 as amended. And I think the motion is spelled out in the item 7.2, but he's going to leave it as a notice of motion. So there's no requirement for additional debate. And so we'll ask Councillor Marula the next time we meet whether he wants to advance that motion at that point in time. So we are now at, unless Councillor Marula appears, and I don't think that he has. Okay.
He will not be attending today.
Okay, thank you. So we are at statement by members, and I am going to start in reverse order this time with Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I'd like to use this opportunity to thank and acknowledge the tremendous effort of our planning staff in dealing with the Grids 2 process, the amount of work that they conducted, and the civic engagement that they brought forward was monumental and unprecedented. And so I wanted to acknowledge the efforts, specifically Mr. Thorne, Mr. Robichaud, and all of the staff that worked directly under them to get that work done. I also want to acknowledge and thank the clerk, Stephanie Paparella, and the other clerks that assisted. The amount of work that came across their table yesterday was significant. I don't think we've ever had that many letters come in, that many delegates, that many videos. It was a long day, as you know, Mr. Mayor. We didn't finish until I think it was around 10 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. And so sometimes in my mind, we kind of take the work that our staff do for granted, and we need to acknowledge the extraordinary amount of work that they conducted for us yesterday. So I just want to take that time to thank them for it and acknowledge it. I truly appreciate it, and I know the residents in my ward and in Alfredo truly appreciate the effort. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and I would echo those sentiments completely. I really appreciate the hard and genuine and sincere work that our staff put into their recommendations. So no argument against that. Thank you for that. Councillor Pearson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir. I don't have too much today. Just a reminder that tomorrow, Remembrance Day, there will be a invitation only event at the Stony Creek Cenotaph at 11 o'clock. Just reminding residents to please remember, please take a minute at 11 o'clock to recognize the service to this country, the lives lost, the families affected, the soldiers that returned with lasting injuries, and all those who assisted both at sea and here in Canada to keep our country free. Mr. Mayor, I will be attending the cenotaph and paying my respects tomorrow as well. The second is, and I said I would be doing this for the next little while, Mr. Mayor, because I think everybody knows our trees are still very well in bloom with leaves, but our leaf and yard waste collection will be changing starting December the 6th. Curbside yard waste will no longer be collected for December, January, and February, Mr. Mayor. The collections will resume at the end of February. The Christmas tree program will continue though in January, the first 2 weeks of January, but just reminding residents there will be no curbside pickup, but you are more than welcome to attend and take your materials to the transfer station. And I speak about that because I think I've filled over 12 bags now in the last week of leaves and brush clearing out the gardens in the yard. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And yes, a reminder that even though there's a change, they can bring it to the transportation any time. So, Councillor Johnson.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we were talking about earlier before the meeting started, on November the 7th, Glenbrook had their Remembrance Day services. As per our tradition, we always do it the Sunday prior. And I was unable to make it on the 7th. It was my father's celebration of life. And the cadets could not make it because CFB Borden had some very strict rules about their COVID practices. So anyways, I really wanted to thank Heidi Oglesby, who is taking our maternity leave for Kristen Demick for taking care of all the organizations. And Jeanette Smith, your father, Larry, did an amazing job for emceeing our first Bimbrook Scouts and Guiding, Case United, Knox Presbyterian, Blackheath, and Bimbrook United. Mountainside churches all came together to help out with the program. MPP, our new MPP, Dan Hughes, MP Donna Skelly, and the 447 wing came through with their piper and their bugler. Christopher Redford from our staff, along with Carolyn King and Kelly Dixon, and our Glenbrook Arena staff for helping to set up and hand out all the wreaths. Lots of kudos from the community this year, sir, because it was very much a community-based service and everyone enjoyed it. Lots of positive feedback. And again, I wanted to thank everybody for all their notes and their cards that they've been sending for the loss of my father. It was an amazing celebration of life we had at the warplane. They brought in all his favorite planes. They surrounded us. It was absolutely incredible. And the sad part is I wish he'd been there. He would have loved it. Anyways, thank you, everybody. And again, take not 2 minutes, take a long time tomorrow to remember all those who fought for our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, in a similar vein, the Ancaster Memorial Service will continue as or reconvene again tomorrow, unlike last year where we had to cancel it. And so everyone is welcome. It's going to be a reduced service, so it's going to start at 10:45, but we will have a bagpiper and a bugler. There's 40 wreath bearers who have already been notified that they're to meet outside tomorrow rather than the old town hall, and that there'll be no reception afterwards because it was too difficult to get QR codes arranged in a reader for people to be able to come in. So we're simply not having the open house this year. We're going to miss Colin Brown again this year. He used to read out the names of the soldiers that lost their lives from Ancaster. He unfortunately passed away. He was a World War II hero. He is the son of Charles Brown, our auditor. So I'll leave it as a surprise tomorrow who will be taking on that role, but it's a military person. And once again, I encourage everybody to come out, just practice social distancing. You will be outside, and there's lots of space there for people to spread out. And the Lancaster will also be flying by tomorrow at 11 o'clock. The Warplane Heritage has confirmed that. So everyone's welcome to attend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Nothing today, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all the unsung heroes that have had the test of a century, probably a lifetime in the context of dealing with this pandemic, and certainly the many people that suffered from it. Mr. Mayor, I want to also thank, and this is so touching to me, the amount of overwhelming response I've received from the community. You know, the vegetables and the carrots and the fruit and the cards and the well-being all through this period of time I've been off. And I think one of the most touching things is some of the worst critics I've ever had were also participating and wishing me well. And I want to thank them as well. It really shows when humanity comes together. Mr. Mayor, I've been off for a period of time, and this council has dealt with some very challenging issues. I've been, when I could, observing, and I can tell you, I would have struggled with many of the decisions you've made over the last number of months in my absence, and I'm proud of each and every one of you. The reality is, Mr. Mayor, is that I have an incurable problem that it will be treated for the rest of my life. It impacted me in many different ways. I can tell you that with that came mental health challenge, depression, anxiety off the clinical scale. So now I have a health issue and a mental health issue that I had to recover from, and you, Mr. Mayor, of all people, was generous enough to recognize that I was suffering and had suggested I should be taking some time off. And I really appreciate your altruistic reasons for doing that. It's humbling to know that there are people that recognize. It's not like I didn't talk about the challenges I was having during that period of time. It was devastating to my family. It was devastating to my daughters, my son, and my brother, my twin brother, who had a quadruple bypass, and I couldn't be there for him. It was devastating for my wife that had an in-law that had cancer and had to go for significant treatment. And my wife was taking on that burden all the while trying to teach me how to walk again, how to talk again. I couldn't remember her phone number. I had been treated for 6 months and I feel strong. I feel I'm back. But this was over a 2-year period that the deterioration was taking place, and it was frustrating. I felt like I was pushed off the cliff when I went off to get the help I needed. And that I'm going to talk about much more in the very near future. But one thing I want to say to anyone that suffers from mental health, get the help you need, follow the instructions, and love your family. I can tell you when I stepped out of that room and learned to walk again and my memory started coming back and I could talk, it was the proudest moment every time I opened my eyes and saw my lovely wife. I walked into the room, my daughter and my wife were in tears because they didn't know the future, what lied in the future for me in the state that I was in. And it was then I realized I had to fight. I had to fight to get out of that dark, dark spot I was in. And I did. I couldn't help without the love of the many people that touched me, many counselors that reached out, and my family, and families first. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, and glad that you're back to good health and back on council. I think everyone's wish is that everyone is well, and I think this council and staff have done everything to help you along in terms of your recovery, and will continue to do so. So thank you. I appreciate those comments, and welcome back, sir. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Waterdown Legion has been very busy this month. At the very beginning of the month, to launch Poppy Day, we raised the poppy flag, which is still flying and will for the month of November. And I'd just like to mention to everyone, please get a poppy, make a donation. All the money raised goes to help veterans and their families, and it's veterans who have served across all wars. So please give generously. Wear the poppies, fly the flags. It's just been a wonderful month. And as a member of the Waterdown Legion, I'm so very proud. We are going to have a invitation only service tomorrow, starting at 10:45 at the Waterdown Legion, and 11 o'clock will be a moment of silence. It is going to be a reduced service, as it is with most across. Part of the raising the poppy flag, we were able to recognize. We were looking for one of the oldest vets that we had in Flamborough, and Jim Nestor, 98 years old, absolutely generous man, came to the ceremony to raise the flag. It was wonderful. And I have to tell you that Remembrance Day is special for our family because, of course, my father, who passed away at 98, served in World War II. We had a lot of fun over the years. He was just a great guy with a wonderful sense of humor. And our family was very blessed to be able to have Dad and Grandpa attend Sunday dinners and listen to his war stories. Unlike most veterans, he did talk about it. And it usually involved a story about copious amounts of rum, which I understand is what Navy folks do or did back in the day. So I remember my father, I remember all the veterans, and those past and present, because there are a lot of vets in our community throughout the city of Hamilton that are alive, and God bless them. We are so grateful for everything that they've done for us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing for me today.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I also want to echo my colleagues for thanking all the veterans. They really fought for my freedom, so thank you. And second of all, I want to first of all thank the mayor for coming to our Step Up for Wayside. It's a recovery organization for addiction and mental health. We had a great time. Not only was it fun going around and around 15 times, which I beat the mayor, of course. He could beat me in pickleball, but maybe not in running or walking there. But I was going to say it was fun. But the best of all, it was inspirational. We expected to raise maybe 60,000. I want to tell you, we raised $122,000. Think about it. This is for vulnerable people that are addicted. And now we have money to house more of them. And I think it's amazing. It's amazing what we could do. Even you think 240 people is not a lot, but we were able to raise. And I want to thank council. I really do, for donating. I want to thank the city for being part of it, because this is what we need, recovery. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And Mayor, it was fun having you there. We enjoyed it. It was really amazing seeing 240 people going around and around at the First Ontario. So thank you again, Council and Mayor.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be there. A lot of great people, and certainly a very, very worthy cause. So great fundraising opportunity for sure. And they'll take donations any old time for those that still want to contribute to the program. They do great things for citizens in our community. So thank you for that. Councillor Jackson.
Mayor Eisenberger, thank you. Every November 11th is very special for me on a number of fronts. Number one, I just want to say thank you again to the best country in the world, the freedom we have in Canada. When you look around the world recently, Mr. Mayor, you don't see thousands of citizens fleeing our country from to go to some other place, but you sure see thousands of people from Afghanistan recently fleeing to come to better hope and freedoms as to in Canada. So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say, in this imperfect world we live in, I just want to thank all the veterans of the past and current who have fought over the last 100 years or so, especially World War I, II, Korean War, Afghanistan, and any other skirmishes across the world for the sake of freedom everywhere. The freedom we have, Mr. Mayor, as you know, is cherished but very fragile. We can never, ever take it for granted. Mr. Mayor, also, we have a great landmark on the mountain, the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 163. President Melanie Aitchison and her entire executive, and I'll be there tomorrow, as I have been all my years on council and before, because there's additional special reasons for me to be there, Mr. Mayor. My mother, Victoria Jackson, who's in heaven, she was president of the Ladies Auxiliary for a number of years at Branch 163 on the mountain. And I'm going to close with my father, Ernie Jackson. His Armenian-born name, Misag Tumajian, changed it to Ernie Jackson because he couldn't get work here many decades ago. Came here as an orphan boy. Mr. Mayor, part of the Georgetown Orphan Armenian Boys that the federal government of the day sponsored to bring 113 orphan boys from the brutal regime of the Turkish Ottoman Empire of the genocide of 1915. My dad was one of the lucky ones to come here, changed his name. And you know what he did, Mr. Mayor? To say thank you to his country. He enlisted in World War II as an infantryman, fought over in Normandy. Again, one of the lucky ones to come back. He lost a kidney to a shrapnel in the war, but was just so proud to be both an Armenian and a Canadian. And so, Mr. Mayor, I say all that because November 11th will always have special memories for me. And I just can't thank enough, as my ads in the newspaper say, thank you to all the veterans for the freedom. We have so much that we enjoy and the privileges and the pleasures in this country, Mr. Mayor. I can't state that often enough as we work together to even make Canada in the future better for all our citizens. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. That's a great reminiscent of your family history. And is there any truth to the rumor that your father changed his name when he saw a Jackson Bakery truck go by?
He changed his name, Mr. Mayor, sincerely. He found Jackson in the phone book. He saw it was a fairly popular name, and so he adopted it. Thank you.
Yeah, and it was definitely popular and certainly very prominent in the city of Hamilton, and it has been and it has worked well for the Tomajian Jackson family for sure. Councilor Merle is no longer with us. Thank you, Councilor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Just two quick updates. One is that the Ward 3 office, along with Public Works staff, will be hosting a public information session on December 7th, where staff are going to present the design options that have been set based on the feedback that we received from our online survey for the Woodlands Park spray pad. The goal is to have this new amenity up and running for the summer of 2022. And I know that it's getting cold, so people are not putting their attention towards next summer, but we certainly are, and we're hopeful that you can join us. So we'll be sharing the details on that event through the e-newsletter, the social media channels, as well as the website for the Ward 3 office. I also wanted to take a minute to thank the over 150 individuals who applied for the Ward 3 resident liaison and administrative assistant position that we have open currently. It was incredible to see such an overwhelming response to the opportunity to serve Ward 3 residents. And just a reminder that our team is going through transitions. Calls and email volumes are high, and you might experience a little bit of delay, but rest assured that we're getting back through the backlog and we'll be responding shortly. So thank you all.
All right, thank you. Councilor Farr?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few quick words. Thank you to all my colleagues and yourself for the reminders and the event listings for tomorrow's very special Remembrance Day here in the city of Hamilton. Obviously, one of the many focal points is Gore Park. Another thing I wanted to mention, because we will not be meeting as a council to do so in this forum before it happens, on November the 20th is Hamilton Day in Hamilton. And I'll just encourage everyone at this time to go to hamiltonday.ca to learn more about it. Great ad campaign happening now. I suspect we'll have terrific media steeped in history. 90 years ago was the first during the Great Depression. And It's the same calling as it was 90 years ago in 1931, getting Hamiltonians out to discover local, love local, and shop local. So great campaign. Credit to the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. But not only do you want to surf all of the wonderful things in the history about Hamilton Day at hamiltonday.ca, but also you want to share the fact that we are going to have that significant occurrence in support of small business all over this city on November the 20th. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a notification to the residents of Ward 1 of a third public information session for the renewal plan of the HAAA grounds, which is set within the neighborhood of Kirkendall, but certainly does serve many residents right across the street in Ward 2, and happily to share in that space. There are 2 virtual meetings, November the 18th at 7:30 and Saturday, November the 20th at 10 a.m. We always do 2, one in the evening during the week and one on the weekend in the morning, to ensure we can be as accommodating as possible to people and their schedules. My continuous thanks to the city's landscape architectural services for their leadership on this. And for more information on how to sign up and the project in full, the information is available on the Engage Hamilton website, and we will be sending it out through the different Ward 1 information channels. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And for my part, thank you. Let me just echo the previous comments from Councillor Clark in terms of not only the great participation of many citizens in our community on the urban boundary expansion issue, but our good staff who, sorry, excuse me, have brought their expertise and their knowledge and their best recommendation forward that I totally respect. These are knowledgeable, well-reasoned, well-seasoned planning experts that have brought their best recommendation forward. And whether or not this council accepts it, that's another matter. But I think I personally really appreciate their professional expertise, and all the others that came forward to share their thoughts and ideas about what they think the city of Hamilton ought to do going forward. And to be fair, all decisions, have impacts one way or the other. And I would hope that as we evolve through this process, that we take the time to measure the impact so that we can react as we go, no matter which way the decision goes. But again, thank you to all of our great staff that have worked on this. And, you can only imagine how much effort, work, and consultation there is throughout that process, not only to get to this point, but thereafter, that to putting it all into effect. So much appreciated. And I do want to indicate again, appreciation and support for all those that had a hand in helping us organize all the Remembrance Day efforts. Again, difficult time to organize anything in this pandemic environment, and so limited remembrance is better than no remembrance at all. And so I really appreciate the effort put into this, and hopefully we can get to in the coming months and weeks to a better place. But just to remind folks that as much as we'd like to think that this pandemic is over, it is not. It is it's still very much with us, and we need to maintain caution and at the same time enjoy the things that we can enjoy in a cautious and safe way, and to continue to encourage people that the best way to continue to defeat this virus is to get vaccinated. So I know that that's the continuing message from our public health. And certainly I want to reinforce that, continuing to mask and to physically separate when you can't, and to, vigorously wash your hands is still very, very helpful in terms of avoiding the spread. And a reminder that it is flu season, and it is a good time to get your flu shots. I'll be doing that in the next week or so, and I encourage everyone else to do the same. It is also a great preventative measure for any additional spread and you know, any very severe and negative impacts of the flu that still impacts many in our community each and every year. On that note, thank you all very much for your continuance yesterday. It was a long day, and we have a ways to go on this issue. And I think if we all work positively and respectfully, we will come out of that with a direction that I think we can all be comfortable with. So I'm hopeful that we get there, and we'll look forward to the next meeting on the urban boundary issue coming forward. Thank you all. By the way, Wayside, I failed to mention how enthusiastic Esther Pauls is. You attach her to any event out there and you get nothing but energy and enthusiasm. So for those people that are looking to have someone drive their, I'm not trying to sell you as a, you know, everybody come and call you, but you couldn't have a better champion for your cause than Esther Pauls, who I heard all the way around the Oval at First Ontario Centre, whether I was near her or not. All I could hear was Esther Pauls supporting everyone and pushing everyone along and encourage everyone to move forward and contribute. So, Esther, hats off to you and your really genuine, thoughtful, and concerning work for many in our community, and especially on Wayside on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you.
On that note, I have no additional items of interest. I'm going to go to council communications of October the 22nd, November the 4th. Could I have a motion, Councillor Pearson, on that, please? Councillor Whitehead, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I did put myself on the chat, so I don't know if I did that right or wrong, or anyway.
Well, it's we've had a round of statement by member, so we're not going for a second round, but.
So Mr. Mayor, well, there's two things. One is you made a comment coming out of your comments as well about the COVID shots, and this is something that council had to struggle with to make a decision in respect to mandates. Well, I'm glad to let everyone know that I couldn't get my second shot till more recently, and I have got the shot. And my opinion on that one is anyone that puts their own life at risk by not getting the two shots is crazy. And I fully support that. And the other thing that just came across my table, some councilors were asking me how my mother was doing. And I can say that she has deteriorated dramatically with her dementia. And unfortunately, because of the state that I was in, I missed the time where she still remembered my name. And that's unfortunate, but God bless my mom and my dad. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So back to council communications. Councillor Pearson, you have a motion to just approve those as of right. So Councillor Pearson, go ahead.
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. That the listing of council communication updates from October 22nd to November the 4th, 2021 be received.
Thank you. And that's just for awareness, not for debate. So thank you all very much to approve. All in favor? Pop up that vote. And we can.
Through the mayor, Councillor Pearson, do you have a seconder?
Oh, second by Councillor Partridge, certainly. Sorry.
Thank you.
There it is. Thank you.
And that carries 14-0.
Thank you. We are now heading into the presidential. First thing we can do is to approve the closed session minutes of October the 27th. We don't have to go in camera unless there's any element of that you'd like to discuss. If not, we'll take a motion to approve those minutes. Who's someone want to move that? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? And then we will move into closed session once the clerk identifies the result of that vote. And I think Councillor Whitehead might be the opportune time for you to recuse yourself if that's what you intend to do. Councillor Whitehead, go
That
ahead.
carries 14-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to recuse myself from any vote a whole bit, but when recusing, does that mean that I actually shut down my computer, or does that mean I just don't participate?
My view is you recuse yourself, you step aside, you don't listen to or participate in conversation. So
Council's
recusing
got
in
a
my
tough
mind
enough.
is that you remove yourself entirely. That again.
That's fine. That's fine. And the other question I have, Mr. Mayor, is just for clarity, you're going into camera before you open up and have the further discussion on the report. There are people wondering why you're going into camera and think that you're taking care of your own as they would normally think. I just want to make sure that you or the clerk provides clarity. I have no problem with the whole thing being in the open. I want to make this clear. Everything in the open, please. That's my position. But if there are reasons that you can't, I respect that. But I just want to make sure that this isn't about favoring anyone. This is about process. Thank you.
And you know, in all instances, we go into camera for contractual matters, personnel matters, identifiable individual matters. Those are the reasons and causes for going into camera. So I think that still holds true. And so we will proceed on that basis. Councillor Clark, a question on which?
So I'm trying to understand likewise on 5.1, are we deliberating 5.1 in camera? I was under the impression that all of that is in the open and this is an ancillary matter. It's not the report itself. Is that, do I have it right, sir?
It is not the report itself, correct.
Thank you, sir.
All of the content of the report will be dealt with in open session.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so a motion then, and I'll tell you why. I'll take a motion moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, but Madam Clerk did have her hand up. Sorry to interrupt. Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor. I just wanted to verify with Councillor Whitehead, what I can do is move you into the waiting room because there are two matters that we're discussing in closed session. There's also the matter that Councillor Jackson referred to closed session. So what I can do is move you to the lobby for the one item and then bring you back into closed session for the item that Councillor Jackson had brought to closed session, if that works.
So I'm actually going to probably just recuse myself for the balance of the meeting, Mr. Chair, for my own mental health and situation. I mean, don't forget, I'm back still under doctor's watch. I was only graduated. I was only supposed to come back 2 days separate. This is a lot for me to take in right now, and I'm doing the best I can. I just don't think it's probably good for me to continue when I don't need to, and I respect what the clerk is offering. But I think the best thing for me at this point now is just to completely remove myself from the process and allow you to do what you need to do. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. So thank you for that. And you're free to remove yourself whenever you're ready.
Yep.
And I will then ask, and I have asked for a motion to move into closed session. Pursuant to section 9.1 of subsection B of the city's procedural bylaw 21021 as amended in section 2392 section B of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended as subject matter pertains to personnel matters about identifiable individual, including a city or local board employee. And members of the public we will be continuing after the closed session minutes, or after the closed session, and rejoining the meeting, and we will wait up to 5 minutes once we reconvene. And so that was moved and seconded. All in favor of going into closed session for those matters? Thank you. Councillor Partridge, a question? Andrea?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add that we are also moving into closed session pursuant to section 9.1 subsection E and F of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021, Section 239, and subsection E and F of the Ontario Municipal Act as amended, as the subject matters pertain to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And we're adding this because it's in addition to the item that Councillor Jackson wants us to discuss in
Right.
closed session as well.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that that's as a result of the referral into the in-camera section. Okay, thank you. We're all clear? All in favor then? And the vote's not popping up for me. Is it up yet, Madam Clerk?
We're getting an error right now. Could we have a show of hands for those who do not agree with going into closed session? So that is unanimous.
I like the other way better, but okay, whatever. Who's opposed? No one's opposed, so that's unanimous to go into closed session. Thank you. And then if you members of council, if you'll go into the closed section part of the eScribe agenda and make sure you're in a private room to ensure that you have a closed environment to work from, and we will take 5 minutes to allow clerks to make the switch. So if you have something to do, so let's say 11:25 back here to deal with the balance of the agenda. It is 3 o'clock, and I see that members of council are returning or have returned. And Madam Clerk, I would assume that we are in open session at this point.
Yes, we are, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Will you confirm that we have quorum to proceed? I don't think we have as yet.
You have 9 present. We have quorum.
We do have 9 present, correct. All right, thank you. And we are at item 5.1, so we're not ready to rise and report. We have another matter to deal with from one of the committee reports before we actually rise and report. So, and this is one of them. This is the recommendation report of the Integrity Commissioner Code of Conduct complaint against Councillor Whitehead. I do know that we have integrity principals here. Janet Petkowski and Jeffrey Abrams are here to speak to the report, and I can turn it over to you to either present it verbally. It's in many respects self-explanatory, but I think a verbal presentation for you would be appropriate, and then any questions members of council might have at that point. So
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will take the lead. I'm Janice, and you have Jeff on your screen as well, and we serve as your integrity commissioner as principals integrity.
Just for your information, and you may not be aware that Councillor Whitehead has recused himself from the discussion and debate. I don't know if you're aware of that, but that you should be.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for making the time for us today. This report, which is before you, results from a complaint which was filed by staff in the Human Resources Department, alleging that Councillor Whitehead had engaged in conduct contrary to the Code of Conduct. And the conduct in question was repeatedly verbally attacking a staff member, impugning their competency and professional integrity, and suggesting that they had been terminated from their previous employment and that their job was on the line. We won't drag you tooth and nail through the findings of the report. Our job is to conduct a fair and balanced investigation and bring you findings and, in our instance in Hamilton, delegated authority to impose a sanction as well as recommendations. We have considered fully the response and as well as the additional submissions provided by the councillor and his legal counsel. And as a first point, it should be clarified that although the complaint was filed by Human Resources staff on behalf of the employee, this is Human Resources obligation under the relevant policy and procedure for investigating complaints against a member of council. Contrary to the assertion, the complaint was not withdrawn. As we note in the body of the report, senior management felt that the complaint should come from the Human Resources Department, really in order to avoid and prevent reprisals. And there was a sense that there would be greater protection against reprisals by making it clear that senior management and Human Resources supported bringing the complaint to the Integrity Commissioner. During the course of our investigation, we took the opportunity to interview almost every member of senior management team, including some now former members of senior management. As I say, our obligation is to conduct a fair and balanced investigation and to make findings. And that is what we have done, and that is what we bring you in this report today. The councillor has alleged that I am in a conflict of interest or am biased in investigating this complaint against him, and I want to address that for just a brief moment. While it is certainly true that I was a city solicitor for the city of Hamilton for a period of 4 years, from February 2013 to February 2017, and sometimes the idea of a cooling off period following employment is mistakenly labeled as bias. But it's important to understand that a cooling off period, if one existed, would typically be about a year. Having left in early 2017, I've now been gone from Hamilton staff longer than I was actually on it. I've never provided advice to Councillor Whitehead on any of the issues involved. and I have no personal interest in the outcome of this matter, nor is there any basis to suggest bias. In addition, as a matter of practice, all of the work which is conducted by Principals Integrity is conducted jointly by myself and my partner, Jeff Abrams. And the legal test for bias is whether an informed person viewing the matter, having all of the facts and information, would conclude that the decision maker is more likely than not, whether consciously or unconsciously, unable to decide the matter fairly. And so I want to dispel any sense that there's any reason to fear that there's bias. The councillor justified his conduct as warranted and only arising in relation to the Aberdeen Road diet issue. We found that this is merely the most recent example and that his behavior has been recurrent and repeated, arising when he's upset about an answer that he is or is not getting from staff. In his lengthy response to us, there is effectively zero acknowledgement that the behavior is inappropriate or that it has consequences on staff and for the city. In fact, his defense and justification takes the form of a full frontal attack against staff, against the Integrity Commissioner, and the entire process. Terms like contempt and blindsided are used to describe staff. And by way of really the only acknowledgement made, the councillor stated that upon meticulous review of the September 11th, 2020 Public Works meeting, I can acknowledge that some participants may, unbeknownst to me, have perceived that I was being aggressive. He claims that people are familiar with how he operates and that he is not perceived as a threat. They are not threatened by it. And he has submitted to us that there is no basis for sanctions in order to placate a vengeful human resources department, his words. It is, in our view, a very unfortunate characterization of the complaint, the investigation, the findings, and the obligations of human resources to ensure a respectful workplace environment. If that be the takeaway of the councillor, then in our view, council must turn its mind to the recommendations before you. In most municipalities, our report concludes with recommendations. These may be recommendations for a sanction or for remedial measures, which we believe can be appropriate under whatever circumstances exist. And then council has the authority to impose those. In Hamilton, council has delegated to the Integrity Commissioner the authority to impose sanctions. The Municipal Act authorizes a suspension of pay for up to 90 days. That does not mean that the member is suspended from attending meetings, merely that the member is docked pay. The purpose of a monetary sanction is to ensure, in the words of the Ombudsman, that the code has teeth. With this in mind, we are imposing a 30-day suspension of pay. If we were recommending a sanction, if this were council which had not delegated to us the authority to impose the sanction, this is what we would be recommending. Instead, we will be imposing it. We are also recommending that council impose restrictions on the councillors' communications with city staff for the balance of this term or such shorter period council deems appropriate. This, in our view, provides the best chance for bringing the councillors' behavior into alignment with the respectful workplace obligations which members of council have under the Code of Conduct to adhere to. In particular, we're recommending that the councillor be restricted in his communications with city staff outside of his own office staff to communicating with only general managers and the city manager, and that during council and committee meetings, he confine his questions of staff by directing mayor or chair and not directly addressing staff. While this reflects standard procedural process, what we are saying is that the flexibility and latitude, the relaxed approach that is often provided by chairs and mayors should not Councillor Whitehead in his questioning of city staff during council and committee meetings for the protection of city staff. This is how we think council can provide some guardrails for staff to protect against the councillor's conduct. We're happy to answer questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you. So let me just turn it into two parts. One of them is your recommendation and the report itself. Are there any questions or comments on the report as it stands with the recommendation to, well, not a recommendation, with their imposing of a penalty, which is what they're going to exact? And I did mention to you that I have a secondary motion that I'd like to put forward. Councillor Nand, I saw your hand go up, so go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you to the Integrity Commissioners for bringing forward the report. I appreciate the thoroughness of it, and I appreciate the details within it. And I wanted, if I could ask you, through you, on page 15 and item 119 in the report, it speaks to council as a whole, and you'd previously just outlined it in your oral presentation as well. Particularly the clarity around when there's silence around the table, it speaks to a volume, speaks volumes more than merely just enabling bad behavior, but it condones and encourages it. And in light of the fact that this report speaks to an investigation based on a complaint, I think statement 119 is a powerful one coming out of this report. And it speaks to, I believe, the collective responsibility around this table to protect staff, to protect our residents, and to protect each other. And most importantly, uphold the code of conduct and ensure that people can participate in this democratic process around this table in a way that their integrity is not questioned, but instead it's embraced. I see this sentence in the report as an alarm bell for all of us. It's a description of toxic culture and practices that cause harm. And some would say it's gone on far too long. Bullying and harassment is harmful. It's violence. It leads to people feeling intimidated and uncomfortable. And when people act with courage to complain about harassment, they're taking a stand not only for their own humanity and dignity, but for anyone whom has also endured it similarly. It models a call for support and a call for action throughout the organization. It also sends a clear beacon of light across every neighborhood in this city that this council will uphold the respect and dignity of its citizens. To the residents of Hamilton, all city staff and colleagues, I want to take this opportunity, because of this report and statement 119, to state that you all deserve that from this council. You deserve better. You should never have been subjected to being treated in a way other than being respected by any member of this council. I remain fully committed to upholding this code of conduct and fostering a healthy environment that enables democratic participation for our residents, even if I don't agree with you, and facilitate a supportive environment for city staff to bring your subject matter expertise and professional opinion forward. So again, I wanted to thank you for the report, and I also wanted to thank the staff who brought forward the complaint. I want to thank you for your leadership. And so my question through you to the Integrity Commissioners is there anything else that we could be doing as a council to address statement 119?
Thank you. And on questions, go ahead, Janice or Jeffrey.
Sure. We think, as we've tried to express and touch on in the report, that there's always opportunity for members of council, colleagues around the table to try to correct behaviors when they see them and to call them out and to feel comfortable doing so. So there's always that opportunity. When we work with municipal councils in terms of providing training, which we do not infrequently, we try to help all members of council to recognize what are those telltale signs of harassment and bullying. And sometimes they're small things like eye rolls, and sometimes they're very overt and aggressive things. But helping everybody to get on the same level playing field with understanding what isn't acceptable behavior always gives all members a sense of comfort in knowing when to step in and when it's appropriate to say, hey, that's not fair or that's not appropriate. Sometimes it's a question of having that comfort and confidence to be able to speak out. So that's one of the things that we think council members, when they get more comfortable with understanding, they can do that. And they sometimes those behaviors can be called out in spite of the friendships. There can be friendliness, but still understanding what isn't appropriate.
And through you on that last point about friendliness versus decorum and professional application of our code of conduct, I think I hear you saying clearly that that the practice for this council is to remain consistent and continue to support each other to be consistent in addressing behavior that is bullying, to not tolerate it, and facilitate a culture of belonging among each other, but most importantly, good governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since I read the Integrities Commission report, I've considered very seriously whether I was going to address any of this publicly or, just vote on the recommendations and stay silent. And I'm very uncomfortable right now, as I know all of us are. However, as the Integrity Commission report makes clear, I think we do have an obligation to speak publicly. So I've read the Integrity Commissioner's report. I've read Councillor Whitehead's legal counsel's reply, and I've also read Councillor Whitehead's own lengthy point-by-point rebuttal very carefully. And I want to just take some time to address the damage that has been done to our City of Hamilton staff. And I think the Integrity Commissioner describes the harassment and repercussions of this harassment as directed towards our staff in detail in the report, but I think it's important to highlight a few of those sections. So section 56, as detailed below, that those alleged events constitute a pattern of conduct and behavior by Councillor Whitehead directed at various employees at different times over several years. It's not new. Section 92, the damage to staff and to our culture of respect in the organization is significant and lasting. Such conduct causes stress and anxiety to those on whom it is visited and causes a culture of apprehension and fear in others who know that they will have to interact with the counselor in the course of their employment. Section 93, a concern exists that if left unchecked, the behavior will exacerbate retention and recruitment difficulties. Experienced professionals with long track records and excellent credentials would understandably be hesitant to risk exposing their reputations to damage wrought in such an environment. Section 105. This egregious conduct, as it serves the dual purposes of undermining and impinging staff member A's reputation and ability to support and manage staff, and intimidating to staff by reminding them that he is a counselor and is able to damage and destroy the reputation and, by extension, the career and livelihood of those who do not comply with his wishes and desires. And finally, Section 106. This is a devastating message to municipal staff whose overarching purpose is to provide independent professional advice and information in the public interest to support council's informed decision making. You know, I'm going to have to say, it is really hard to read that kind of characterization of a member of this council. The report uses terms like bully, aggressive, harassment, somewhat interchangeably. But in my observation, you know, I've worked in heavy civil construction for 20 years and with some very rough people. When you're an adult, it's not bullying. It's straight up harassment. When you're deliberately and repeatedly spreading malicious rumors about someone designed to damage their reputation, their ability to earn a living, as outlined in detail in this report, it's not bullying. It's straight up slander. I think it's important for us as a council to recognize how damaging the behavior laid out in this report is to the reputation of our city to recruit and retain top talent, and frankly, our council, our ability as a council to make sound evidence-based decisions based on the best advice of staff, and also the real human impact that this behavior has on the very people that we as a council rely on every day. And nobody, not anyone on this council, not any single one of our City of Hamilton staff, nobody in any workplace should ever be subject to this kind of behavior. And as the Integrity Commissioner's report makes absolutely clear, it is the duty of this council to take action. And especially in response to the filing that, as Janice just laid out, that Councillor Whitehead is not only unapologetic, but perhaps incapable of even acknowledging the severe harm that he's caused. And frankly, as we've seen, continues to cause. So I certainly support the full recommendations and conclusions reached by the Integrity Commissioner. And if there may be additional measures that could be taken to help support our city staff in accordance with the report, I'd also fully support those actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you to Janice. Let me say at the outset, I'm very glad that you had the opportunity to speak to the allegation that was made toward you, which necessarily sought to impugn your integrity and your professionalism. And I support your words and I support your work. And I will have a subsequent question to our city clerk, which also demonstrates that this council has repeatedly sought to support your work. Every member who works, every employee who works for the City of Hamilton should have the opportunity to ensure they work in a place where their integrity, their professionalism, and their character is not questioned and not damaged. So let me speak directly to the person who had the courage, after the report concludes years and years of this behavior on the part of Councillor Whitehead taking place, stepped forward. To that person of tremendous integrity, of unquestionable character, whom I know always leads and walks with excellence, thank you. Councillor Danko, when citing those passages, was really referencing the intent and purpose of this body and to remind us of why we serve. And it's paragraph 4. This is what the Code of Conduct is about. In every case, including this one, the highest objective is to make recommendations that serve the public interest. We are here to serve the public interest. And I'd like to ensure the residents of Ward 1 and the City of Hamilton that I sleep better at night because of the service of this particular public servant who filed this. Because I know that person has the public interest in mind, particularly on matters of public health and public safety. My colleague, Councillor Nan, read out the passage, which I know has to guide and will guide this council. This is this municipality's Me Too moment. When there is silence around the table, this likely speaks volumes to Councillor Whitehead, more than merely enabling this bad behavior. It condones and encourages that. Paragraph 77 and 78, staff cannot fight back and there is a power imbalance. Paragraph 84, passively sitting on the sidelines is enabling, if not encouraging, this bad behavior. And in all instances, this is unequivocal, the findings of this thorough report where many members of council and staff were interviewed. Egregious conduct. Acts of intimidation. It saddens me. It's very upsetting to me. But our integrity commissioners have done us a service when they said we have to daylight this behavior in order for us to move forward and serve our citizens better. So on behalf of the citizens of Ward 1, I'm grateful for your service, the method in which you conducted your work. I fully support the recommendations. I will fully support any further recommendations that come forward. And again, I'd like to thank the individual who had the courage and the character to stand up and say enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, very quickly, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And I really appreciate the previous speakers who have really captured, I think, the essence of the IC report, Integrity Commissioner report. Janice and Jeff, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You know, everything has cracks. That's how what lets the light in, is what Leonard Cohen once said. And to the previous person, councillor, speaking about the daylight. By doing nothing, we as a council have enabled the behavior over the years, particularly this term. And I just want to acknowledge that, you know, by enabling, I'm taking responsibility. Our entire council is responsible, and we have to stop it. We have to put a stop to it. That's on all of us. I am heartened that going forward, not only will we be supportive of each other, and I believe that to the core of my being, but we are also going to hold each other accountable. Being respectful, no harassment. We cannot tolerate it. But I think more importantly, and it's already been said before, we need to protect not just our staff, we need to protect our residents. We need to uphold our code of conduct. That is the oath of office that we took, every single one of us, when we were entrusted by our residents to represent them at council. It's a role for which I am absolutely honored, and I feel very privileged to be in this position. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read this report twice, and there is no justification or excuses that can be applied to the findings of the report of the Integrity Commissioner. I knew that the review was underway, and it really was precipitated by the interaction between the councillor and one of our staff, and I recall Councillor Danko expelling the member. But when I read the report, specifically item 90, during those interviews, we learned that similar bullying behavior by Councillor Whitehead had been brought to the councillor's attention in the past by senior managers who witnessed it being targeted at other subordinates and even at themselves. We were made aware of a half dozen separate incidents involving as many different management staff who experienced similar bullying by Councillor Whitehead in the public meetings. And yet, when I read the report, the councillor indicated this is a surprise to him that none of this was brought to his attention. That was in the findings of the report. Number 104. On that occasion, the councillor told a non-management staff member that staff member A's job was on the line when they were unable to take immediately a phone call for that when the councillor demanded a response. And number 110 indicated during our investigation, we were made aware of a number of other instances over several years of Councillor Whitehead threatening the job of other management staff at very senior levels in attempting to extract a change in their position of their professional advice or opinions. This report most certainly puts a light to the issue. But we need, as a council, to ensure that we're receiving, and I've said this many times, Mr. Mayor, unfettered professional expert advice from staff. No councillor should be changing a report or pushing for a change in a report prior to it coming to a committee or council. So some of these findings were very disturbing for me. I've been in the chair and I have experienced the pushback of the councillor when I called him to order for treatment of our, I call it our front bench. It's the staff all sitting in the front bench, although we haven't had that in a long time, or to our fellow colleagues. And I think it's important. I think there's a teaching moment here for everyone who serves as a chair or vice chair in terms of their role in ensuring not only decorum, but preventing the examples of the power imbalance and preventing a councillor, while they may be passionate at the moment, from literally debating staff or grilling staff like a Philadelphia lawyer. We need to ensure as we move forward as a council that when we say through the chair, it's not just a statement. we're supposed to be looking at the chair and we're supposed to be asking the question to the chair, and then the chair directs the question to the staff and staff speaks to the chair and not directly to the councillor. That's the proper governance decorum that is supposed to be present all the time. As I said in my opening comment, Mr. Mayor, there's no justifications or excuses for the findings in this report. They are disturbing, they are upsetting, and none of our staff should ever be put in the position where they are being threatened with their livelihood and they go home with that stress, feeling that their job is on the line. Even if the councillor doesn't have the authority to eliminate that position, it is unconscionable to make such statements in order to excise from them a change in policy or position. So I can't speak for the rest of my council colleagues, but I will fully support the recommendation from the Integrity Commissioner. The additional recommendations, I think we should have a discussion about, but I support them. And I would simply ask one question of the Integrity Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Are there other items that council could do? Any other recommendations that may not be in the report where council has the authority to make changes to correct the behavior?
Thank you. That's through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janice or Jeffrey?
Through the mayor, there were not other remedial measures which came to mind, which we thought we would recommend to council, because we thought that these measures would provide pretty decent guardrails. The idea of removing the councillor from a committee or a role on a committee didn't really appear to us to be remediative, in the sense that that's not where we saw the issue arising. In fact, it appeared to us that that was where it bubbled up in September of 2020, but in fact, as we are finding through the report, the problem is experienced not exclusively in committee meetings. So it's really behavior that goes beyond a particular committee. So we didn't think removal from a particular role on a particular committee was necessary. We think that the remediative measures we're suggesting are probably the most effective. We do think that there's an opportunity for council to experience some training. All of your management staff, and I don't know whether you're aware of this, but all of your management staff are required to engage in respectful workplace training to recognize what does and doesn't constitute respectful workplace, recognize what is harassment. As I say, sometimes these things can go unnoticed for a period of time, and that can create a problematic work environment. Of course, meetings and council meetings and committee meetings, etc., those are the work environment for your staff. So there are opportunities that we didn't think to recommend in this report, but they are certainly available to council to seek to have some workplace, respectful workplace training. Any of you who have worked in management in large organizations know that that is de rigueur. And certainly for your own management staff, they are getting that training. So there's an opportunity for council to dip its toes in that water at some point and benefit from that kind of training.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask the commissioners to draw their attention to item 164.1 and 164.2. So in those recommendations, said Councillor Whitehead be restricted in his communications with city staff outside his own office to communicating only with general managers and city manager. And then number 2 goes on similarly in terms of when we're dealing with meetings. The first thing that popped into my mind was chairing of meetings. It would be a bit challenging if Councillor Whitehead, well, he chairs the licensing tribunal, in restricting him only to speak to the general managers. That's a bit of a challenge if you're in the chair. So would there be, well, I ask Mr. Mayor that the commissioner speak to the potential for the council to say, listen, Council Whitehead shouldn't be chairing or vice chairing meetings based on recommendation 164.2.1 and .2.
Okay, thank you. Janice or Jeffrey? I think you addressed it initially, but further detail on that?
Sure, through the mayor. It may be that I suppose the one thing that I would say is when a member is chairing a meeting, typically they speak less and they simply chair the progress of the meeting. It did not occur to us that it would be necessary to restrict the councillor from a role chairing meetings. If council feels that that is helpful or necessary, then that's certainly within council's ability to impose that as a restriction. We think, in essence, what restricting, the intention of asking council to impose a restriction on the councillor's ability to communicate with staff outside his own office or general managers and the city manager is because those individuals, I mean, obviously, those individuals at that level are much better positioned to be able to stand their ground, to be able to withstand the pressure. And therefore, it's important to provide that protection for anybody who's not at that level. It's harder to withstand that for the management staff who are in management roles, but not at the GM or city manager level. But in terms of not chairing a meeting, I mean, that's something that may be appropriate if council feels it's appropriate. It's within your ability to do so.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, the question that's in my mind, and I know my time is up. Is that a chair and a vice chair also interact with staff and not just general managers? Agenda reviews, preparing for meetings, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just trying to reconcile that, and I'm not asking for the commissioner to comment on it, but that's what I'm trying to reconcile.
Yep.
Thank you very much for the time. I thank the integrity commissioners for the report. I most certainly thank any of the staff that felt comfortable enough to come forward and share their personal experiences. I'm sorry that they had to go through this, but I'm glad that they had the courage to raise the concerns. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And on that last part, that's certainly something that is in the purview of council to enact should it choose to do so. And I did remind members of council earlier on that I do have a fulsome motion on the other recommendations that the Integrity Commissioner has put forward beyond the kind of penalty that they've imposed. So I will raise that at the appropriate time before the end of the speakers list. Councillor Jackson, you're up next, sir.
Thanks, Mayor Eisenberger, and nice to see you again, Barrister Atwood-Petkowski and Abrams. Thank you for your findings and your report. I just have 2 or 3 questions. Jeffrey, Janice, can you tell me how you landed upon the 30 days imposing versus 15 versus 60 or 75? Just give me some idea on how independently the IC office landed on that. Mr. Mayor, through you, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor. I would say, first of all, it's more of art than science where one lands on a penalty. Recognizing that the Municipal Act, the maximum penalty available is a 90-day suspension of pay. So taking that as the maximum, we don't like to go to the maximum as a default, and there certainly are integrity commissioners who tend to do that. We want to be a little bit circumspect in where we land, and that's when we're imposing or when we're recommending a sanction, we try to be a bit circumspect. So in terms of this being a significant penalty, we think that a 30-day suspension of pay speaks to the importance of the matter, speaks to the seriousness and the gravity of the matter without being a sledgehammer, for example. So we see it as not insignificant. We see it as serious. We see it as importing the gravity of the situation, but at the same time, it's not intended to be the most extreme maximum penalty available. So that's how we land on it.
Thank you, Barrister Atwood-Petkowski, for that explanation, which, by the way, of course, I'm going to receive your imposition of the 30 days as part of what we're going to deal with after all the speakers are exhausted. A couple of more questions, and again, Solicitor Atwood-Petkowski and Abrams, next 2 questions, if you're not comfortable or you want me to reframe it in some way, please do so, or just tell me accordingly if it's just not in order. So, Mr. Mayor, through you to the Integrity Commissioners, my understanding of once the complaint is filed, is there an opportunity throughout the process where the ICO can approach the defendant, the one who the complaint is against, to see if there is genuine remorse, sincere apologies, and obviously seeking forgiveness because it's something they deeply, deeply regretted doing? Mr. Mayor, through you to Janice or Jeffrey, I'm asking if that process is in place. I think for public consumption, it's important to know, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Janice?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. Yes, that opportunity really is always available. There are many circumstances where in the process of investigating a complaint, it becomes clear that we can resolve a matter with acknowledgements, with apologies, with course correction, with undertakings regarding improvements, and we are able to resolve and essentially settle a complaint to the satisfaction of obviously the complainant and the respondent. But in those circumstances, those opportunities are always available. They're never shut out. There's never a point at which it's, well, too late. We can't settle this. We can't resolve this. The opportunity is always there, but sometimes the opportunity, as the question underscores, just doesn't arise. There just isn't awareness, acknowledgement, recognition. There isn't the ability to get there. And in those cases, we do unfortunately have to report out.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Okay. Thank you, Solicitor Atwood Petkowski. My last question. So, Janice, Mr. Mayor, obviously in our, and Janice, if you find that this is, Councillor, that's going to be tough to answer. It's subjective, so be it. But it's a point I want to get across. In our imperfect world, integrity commissioners, as you know, and you both have served municipal governments to see a wide variety of personalities that voters elect to represent them. And I'm not for one moment condoning any form of harassment or bullying, especially of subordinates, which the city staff and public servants are towards members of council in terms of how it can be perceived from the elected side. So not for one moment I am. And I don't think, Mr. Mayor, I'm saying anything out of school to suggest that Councillor Whitehead's style and mine are the antithesis of each other. That's not to pat myself on the back at all. The point I'm getting at, integrity commissioners, is that in our imperfect world, in the democracy where people have a chance to elect, some would be seen as very aggressive, hard charging, fighting like heck for their people. And I look at your paragraph 108 that Councillor Whitehead has not denied allegations, but offers justifications instead. Mr. Mayor, through you to Commissioner Atwood Petkowski, any comment on that in terms of, yes, I understand, Councillor, different types of DNA personalities will be elected, but this definitely, in our opinion, based on your findings, has gone well beyond what would be considered a fighter for their people. Mr. Mayor, through you, and that's my last question. If you get the essence, Janice, of what I'm asking, please.
Okay, thank you. Janice?
Yes, through the mayor, I think that certainly there's a political process and elected officials have different styles, and that's fine, and the public can prefer one style over another style. But in reality, what we're talking about here are the crossing of lines where it's really a workplace for your thousands of staff. And so it's not, it may well be that the public has reasons for preferring particular traits and styles, and we certainly see that these days in political office all over the place. But there still must be recognition that there are lines that need to be respected, and that there's appropriate boundaries that are in place for good reason for the people who have to work in that environment. So,
Commissioner Atwood Petkowski, I really appreciate you even taking on my question and offering that answer, Mr. Mayor. And just to conclude, Mr. Mayor, my 30 plus honored years on council, I love public servants, I love public service, and I'm just one great admirer of the nearly 8,000 full-time, part-time, casual, and students that we have in our municipal government that serves our 550,000 citizens. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Just on the last point, and I brought this up with Janice before, and I believe maybe even Jeffrey over the years, but there is, I believe, just the one political arena with politicians dealing with only themselves, where you can sort of get away with heckling and yelling and screaming, and that, of course, is Queen's Park and Parliament. We are not that, though, quite obviously, and there's actually, I think it's safe to say through you, Mayor, and maybe Janice can confirm, there's higher expectations the way municipal governors govern themselves.
through the mayor, I would be happy to confirm there is a very high expectation and high standard for municipal elected officials. Absolutely. Rightly or wrong.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a prevailing theme in this, but not only this, other reports, thorough in-depth reports that you've offered. So for me, Mr. Mayor, and like others have stated, there'll be some add-ons I'm well aware where you're going, and certainly appreciate other comments, and so we'll support and without debate. But this for me is we've gone past, for those of us who've been on council a while, and for Terry, for the individual who is, who we're talking about right now, Councillor Terry Whitehead. I've been on council with Councillor Terry Whitehead for a long, long time, and this is a turning point. This is a position we are all faced with now, where we can no longer sort of just say, well, that's Terry being Terry. I'm sure he's looked over this report several times as well, and certainly, and as Janice has noted, is legally pursuing things, and that's for him to do, and for Janice and others obviously involved to defend. But at this juncture, learning all that we have on not an issue, but what this report clearly shows is pluralized issues. We're all reminded that we are held to a higher standard. That as Councillor Partridge mentioned, we have to adhere day and night, 7 days a week, to the vows, to the oath of office that we took. All of us, and I believe every one of us, even since this report came out, are showing signs that they are, there's evidence that we are cognizant of this fact, of this need to expose even those little occasions. We had two point of orders yesterday, one from you, Mayor Fred, to Councillor Wilson, one from Councillor Wilson to Councillor Whitehead in one meeting, that we need to also do our part to expose these things. So it's been a dynamic report, but I think it's had a more profound effect than most, for sure. And that says a lot, because we've had a lot of profound IC reports. So we are not, when we work together in the horseshoe and just with each other, we're not MPs. We are not MPPs. And almost always when we are in that horseshoe, quite clearly, we need to be cognizant of the fact that we're also working with staff at all levels. And then we step outside that horseshoe and that relationship continues. And so real wake up call. I'm supportive of what's before us. I'm supportive of what is coming forward. Yeah, really has, at least I'll speak for myself, has me thinking a lot more about the issue of the way I conduct myself, and the fact that respect is paramount, and it crosses all lines, and it is most important to stay at the frontal lobe as we conduct ourselves day and night as the under the microscope municipal politicians we are. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Councillor Pauls, and then myself, and then Councillor Wilson a second time.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report, Janice and Jeffrey. We heard a lot of disturbing things, but the most disturbing thing I did not see in the report is an apology and an understanding by Councillor Whitehead. Hurt a lot of people. He did not understand that. My question is, did Councillor Whitehead ever admit his errors?
Janice?
Through the mayor, so as we indicate in the report, as we found, he did not apologize, but rather defended his behaviors. He defended them as warranted to correct staff's errors, warranted to carry out his due diligence for his constituents, warranted because he's impassioned, and that they were familiar, that people were familiar with his approach, and so not threatened or intimidated. So no, there was not an understanding, an acknowledgement, or certainly not an apology.
Well, in my opinion, a person that cannot apologize cannot change his ways or receive forgiveness. I know the few times I did something that's wrong, and the first thing I say is, I'm sorry. But that's my first thing, and you know that. I've talked to you a few times. I'm very, and I see it a lot, the other counselors, when they make a mistake, they say they're sorry. It's not a hard thing to say, because when we say we're sorry, we realize our ways. And that hurts me more about Counselor Whitehead than anything, that he cannot see his way and he cannot say, I'm sorry. And because of that, I just, I really have to follow what, your report says and agree to it. And I hope if Counselor Whitehead ever comes to acknowledgement and says it's sorry, we could all accept that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Janice and Jeff, for your report, for your work. And I want to express my appreciation to the staff member who had the courage to come forward and make a difference. This report is enlightening and a great reminder of our collective responsibility to council, to our staff, to the public, and just to speak further to the last speaker's point, a respectful acknowledgement of our shortcomings is critical to future growth and change. And I think that we all need to acknowledge that. And I'm sorry that this had to come forward, but I do think that there's positive that can come out of it. And I will be supporting the recommendations of the Integrity Commissioner's report. And I will be supportive of the Mayor's additional motion, amending motion. And so again, I say thank you. Thank you for the forthright way you wrote this report. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you. And Councillor Pearson, if you would take the chair. A bit of a history, and I'm not, well, maybe I am patting myself on the back a little bit. When I got elected in 2006, my platform at the time was that we needed to create an integrity commissioner and have a code of conduct. For the very reason of, checking members of council's behavior, which, from time to time was, significantly challenged. Going back, some distance, and thankfully, the council of the day, prior to the province of Ontario actually instituting integrity commissioners or requiring it, the city of Hamilton actually instituted an integrity commissioner process and launched that. We were one of the first actually to put it into place for all the right reasons and for specifically these kinds of reasons that we're dealing with here today. And I would tell you that over the years, there has been significant improvement in the overall conduct of members of council and or how they relate to others in the broader community. And there've been, a number of complaints that have been lodged as well that have been flowed through and followed up on and resolved ultimately. One, in fact, against me, that's another story that we can visit another day. But the reality is that, more often than not, members of council would have acknowledged an error or a mistake or a misjudgment that would cause them to kind of rethink their process and adjust their approach and their style, and that for all the, and then that's exactly what an integrity commissioner and a code of conduct is intended to do. Partly to be a deterrence from any bad behavior, knowing full well that a complaint can be laid against a member of council and otherwise, and a code of conduct to give all members of council a framework on which appropriate behavior is measured. There was a time, I think some longer-term members of council will recall that the interaction between council and staff was so bad that we actually literally brought in Dr. Phil, who was a psychologist. We had an independent session off in I don't remember the name of the place, but we had two-day session with Dr. Phil, role playing and interacting in terms of what appropriate conduct was between staff and elected officials. It was actually very, very, very beneficial. That actually took that whole issue of staff politics, politician relationship to a whole other level. And again, significant improvements were made. Unfortunately, not everyone adopted those significant improvements, and I think we're seeing evidence of that here today. I'm also, quite pleased to have supported our city manager, our senior leadership team, and the individual involved to encourage them to follow through on a complaint. I think this is absolutely what needs to happen, and when we get to these kinds of egregious issues, and you can fully understand why a member of staff might be reluctant to do that. There's definitely that power imbalance, and there's this whole issue of retaliation, of job security, and if I raise this issue and take it to the next step, what is that going to do to my employment, how I interact with the body politic, et cetera, et cetera. All of those factors are there, and they're obviously play on the mind, and that is why we need to fundamentally protect and support our staff from the kinds of intimidation, harassment, and bullying that is identified here, not only in this instance, but in all instances. And I would say, and in many, many respects, most members of council have adhered to the code of conduct, have practiced appropriate behavior and respectful conduct towards our staff. And again, I would say it's been vastly improved. However, there's been instance here that just starts to compile to a level that it's just no longer tolerable for any member of council to enact. And this one just seems to accumulate and accumulate and accumulate. And I do appreciate the report and the thoroughness of it. I know that no doubt there'll be ramifications as a result of this report, and so be it. But the better ramification is an understanding that we are standing behind our staff in not only in this instance, but in every other instance that may come forward in the future when that kind of behavior is evident. And so I'm pleased to not only support or to receive the IC's recommendation, and I think the penalty. But again, as I mentioned earlier, I'll be bringing forward the second part of that recommendation, which is really about how one interacts with the staff going forward, and there ought to be a measured approach in terms of how that happens, given the experience that we've witnessed here today. Hopefully, that will be adhered to. Not convinced of that, but hopefully that will be adhered to. But we have to take steps to ensure that we stand behind our staff, stand behind all of our employees, not just senior management employees, but all the way through the organization. If they feel harassed, bullied by anyone, let alone a politician, that we are going to take action and we are going to respond to that appropriately. So I'm quite obviously pleased that we have an integrity commission. I got to tell you at the time that there was a lot of animosity around that issue. It was relatively new. But I think the benefit of having this process in place and having a code of conduct for most of us is a deterrence and a guideline in terms of how we should operate and behave. And for some that just for whatever reason doesn't seem to apply, that we have to take additional measures. So having said all of that, Madam Chair, I am thankful. Janice, by the way, was a great city solicitor in her 4 years here, and did a terrific job then. And I can't imagine that as a good lawyer and a sound, integrity commissioner, that she wouldn't have well thought through any conflict of issue. I think a conflict of interest issue. I think that's definitely a red herring that just doesn't apply. And I have nothing but the greatest respect for her work. And although I don't know Mr. Abrams as well, our interactions, in the time that you've been part of our integrity commissioner process have been nothing but sterling. So I have no argument with your findings. The additional recommendations, I think, are reasonable and sensible. And if council so chooses to add additionals, we'll certainly consider that. But I think we are at a point where we need to demonstrate, continue to demonstrate, that we stand behind our city manager, our leadership team, and anyone that comes forward to indicate that they're being harassed or bullied in the workplace at any level, especially at our council level. That is definitely our responsibility. And certainly I see today that we are taking full responsibility for those inappropriate behaviors and making sure that we put in appropriate actions to attempt to curtail it. So, Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you to our integrity commissioners for their fine work, and all members of council. And at the appropriate time, I will be, moved by myself, and I think seconded by Councillor Clark. I've got a number of whereases and a couple of items to add and include. So at the appropriate time, I will be bringing that forward once the speakers list has been exhausted. And I'll take the chair back, and now I have you on the speakers list, so I'm going to turn it over to you. And then I have Councillors Wilson and Clark for a second time each.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you, Councillor Mayor Eisenberger. Sorry, it's been a long day. Yeah. Another long day, sir. What can I say? There's been a lot of conversation around the table today. This is definitely not one of our finest hours, and a most difficult position to be in. And it's unfortunate because it's been caused by one of our colleagues. First and foremost, I want to thank Janice and Jeff, our integrity commissioners, for all the work that they have done. For them, I'm sure it was even more difficult to sit and sift through all of the information, rationally deduce each situation, and report comprehensively as you have to us. I wanted to say that, in all my years as a councillor, both here at the City of Hamilton and in Stony Creek, I've always looked up to our staff. I'm very proud of the workers that we hire. I do not, and I'm going to be very honest, I do not allow any residents to berate or condescend or negatively speak of our staff, and I will put them in line every given time. If there's an issue that they have, they need to talk to me and to my staff. If I have a concern, I speak to them up front, but I will never belittle our staff. They have a tremendous amount of work to do out there. Not only are they their jobs that they're having to do, but they also know they're representatives of the City of Hamilton. And if they're doing something that doesn't look right in the eyes of the public, they know they can be questioned on that. And I've been very fortunate. We've always had a good rapport, and staff also know we are their employers. So we have to be sure that we take the right steps to make sure that when someone steps out of line, we rein them in and we do it appropriately. And we send a strong message to our staff that we have their backs. It's very difficult to sit here, and I'm sure all of my colleagues are sitting with a knot in their stomach that we really don't want to be put in this position. But it's something that we have to deal with. And then the most important thing we have to do is send a strong, strong message to staff, first and foremost, thanking the ones that have come forward and encouraging others that if this is a situation that's going on throughout our municipality, we need to know, their appropriate department heads need to know this will not be tolerated. I am supportive of the recommendations coming forward today. I can only pray, and this is a tough one, because I think we all have an assertion that we don't feel there'll be any change in the counselor, but I can only pray that he's getting a clear message from this, and I'm sure he has the opportunity to listen to it later if he's not already. That he will find his ways in correcting his actions and be able to participate in a more appropriate manner with our staff and with our council colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Second time speaker, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have hinted that there may be action forthcoming. So with that in mind, I have some questions for our clerk, Clerk Holland. And my questions have to do with the appointment of the city's integrity commissioner and the role of council in supporting their extension of contract, at least since my election, which was October 2018. So through you to Clerk Holland, if I may, could you walk me through my understanding, if you could confirm? In March 27th of 2019, the contract of principal integrity, which was to expire, was extended on a unanimous vote of council by 16-0. Can you confirm that?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. On September the 11th of 2019, at a council meeting, it was so moved by Councillor Whitehead that the appointment of principal integrity, which was to be expired, be further extended, and that was a unanimous vote of 14-0. Can you confirm that?
Yes, that's true, through the mayor. And just to clarify, the extension was offered so that we could put the RFP out.
Thank you. And my understanding, this is where I'm a bit fuzzy, there was a further extension, Clerk Holland, to February of 2022 that received unanimous approval, 14-0, moved by Whitehead and seconded by Councillor Clark. Is that true?
Through the mayor, yes, the RFP was delayed, so we had to extend further. So that allowed us to put the RFP out. And then it was in February of 2020 where the RFP process completed. Staff brought forward a recommendation report for the appointment of principals integrity, and council approved it.
And on each of those occasions where staff had to ratify, it received the contract for the extension received unanimous approval, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Even at the subcommittees and standing committees as well.
And that would be AFNA and Governance Subcommittee.
That's correct.
Thank you so much. I wanted to read that into the public record, Mr. Mayor, because it is, I would think, an extension of this conversation about upholding the Constitution, the institutions in which we serve and the rules. And I think that it is important for the public to have confidence in those institutions and the process in which we govern in giving our confidence to those who serve us. So whether it be by extension, the principal's integrity, or whether it be our city manager, or whether it be our senior staff and everyone in between, they are in service to us, but there is a process in which they gain that confidence and that service. So I'd like to conclude my remarks. Thank you, by the way, Clerk Holland. I would like to conclude by my remarks by saying, again, this is regrettable. That's an understatement. And it's regrettable because for too long, and I'll speak for the residents of Ward 1, there has been a long-standing feeling of great hesitation even to delegate before this council for fear of what could come their way. And I think that is extremely dangerous for our local democracy and for the ability and opportunity for people to keep us accountable and to also engage in what is the right to do so. And I heard that very much, sir, at the door in 2018. The number one question I received at the door was not what I stood for, but why would I want to go down and serve? And I think that's a damning indictment. And that sentiment has been there for too long. It's not new. And I regret that it actually takes an integrity commissioner to provide us necessary guardrails, to use Janice's term. So I can only speak for myself, obviously, and my commitment in service is I will correct myself when I will go off course, and I'll do it publicly, and I hope I do it quickly and unequivocally. And I really appreciate Councillor Paul's comments about the importance of apology. Really, really struck me. It's very meaningful. And I will, I hope, continue to respect the professional advice, even if I don't agree with it, of our public servants. And I will uphold their efforts and their commitment. And I will especially be dogged in that when it comes to the number one responsibility of any government, including this one, is to uphold the public health and safety of our residents. So please, members, voting members and otherwise of Ward 1, hold me to account. Make sure I serve in a manner which you feel is respectful, professional, and inclusive. And when I don't hesitate to call on me. And I know all my colleagues are committing to this because I've heard so today. And I know they will extend that same courtesy, not only to each other and not only to our public servants who work for the City of Hamilton, but to the residents and the delegates who come before us, and to members of the media, including members of the independent media. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, first time.
Yep, thank you very much. And Jeffrey and Janice, I don't find you intimidating at all. I really wanted to clear that up from the last time we spoke. So I just have a quick question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Janice and Jeffrey. Even though it was not recommended, it's still, I believe, within our purview as a council to relieve any councillor from a chair or a vice chair position, especially in these circumstances. Can you comment, please?
Yes, through the mayor. Yes, that is certainly within council's purview to do so.
Thank you. And those are my questions. Just one last two comments, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to bring a motion after you or maybe before you just to amend. And the second thing is, while we're all congratulating each other, I really want us to also maybe start focusing on some of the visitors that come into City Hall, and specifically developers that have come into City Hall. I have complained about several of them. They fell on deaf ears, and I'm hoping now we can have our eyes wide open to everyone and stopping the bullying that's been happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can draw everyone's attention to page 10, sorry, page 11, items number 79 through to 82. So earlier in our discussions, Mr. Mayor, I heard my esteemed friend from Ward 2 indicate that municipal government is scrutinized more, I think, I'm paraphrasing, than Queen's Park. They can get away with a lot more at Queen's Park and Ottawa. What transpired between 79 and 82, where the chair asked the member to come to order because there was no decision being considered by the committee and therefore nothing to debate. The chair was challenged by the member and then supported by the committee. In Queen's Park, when the speaker calls a member to order, the member comes to order. If the member refuses to come to order, the speaker names the member and the sergeant at arms escorts the member out of the house. The member can come back later in the day if it's not an egregious issue, but the speaker has the authority to say they must apologize to the house before they come back, which can also be applied. There is heckling. There is laughter and thumping and all the rest of it, usually at the conclusion of a speech or at the conclusion of a question or an answer to a question. But they support the speaker. The members of the House support the speaker because they know that decorum is important, order is important. We need to ensure that when a chair of this body calls a member to order, the committee supports the chair. Especially in a situation which was really clear because there was no item on the agenda to be addressed. So I think we all have something to learn and improve on our behaviors in terms of how we conduct ourselves and ensure that we are not only behaving in an orderly fashion, but that our colleagues are following the rules of order within our house, which is the chamber that we sit in. I just wanted to make that point. We're the ones around this table that ensure decorum and order. We have no sergeant at arms. If the mayor calls me to order and I refuse to come to order, then the mayor has the right to throw me out. The committee and the council should not be challenging the mayor on that because they're in that chair. If they think there's an error, they can most certainly challenge it. But in this case, there was no error. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention that we have a lot of work to do ourselves in terms of ensuring decorum and order within the chamber. Thank you. Those were my only comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So let's turn to receiving of the Integrity Commissioner's report. They're following through on their own recommendations, so all we need to do is receive that. Is that a first and seconder? Councillor Johnson, you have your hand up to second that? Thank you. Councillor Pearson moves it. Councillor Johnson seconds it. Let's go to a vote on receipt of that report. All in favor? Madam Clerk, if you'd put that vote up. Thank you. And while that vote is going forward, I want to thank Janice Atwood-Pitkowski and Jeffrey Abrams for their good work and excellent presentation and hanging in there in terms of answering these questions. We did want to contain the issue to one set time frame, so you didn't have to sit through the entire day's proceedings. So you're welcome. And I don't look forward to seeing you anytime soon. Not because I don't like you, but I don't want any more Integrity Commissioner reports coming in.
We will take no offense at that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
That carries, Mr. Mayor, 12-0.
Thank you very much, and thank you both for your good work. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor at this point, and I have a motion that I'm going to read out, and it reads, whereas the Integrity Commissioner's report dated November the 3rd, 2021 concluded Councillor Whitehead was in breach of the Council Code of Conduct and has imposed the sanction of suspension of his remuneration for a period of 30 days, commencing with the next pay period. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner's report outlines in the circumstances of this investigation, the evidence reveals a persistent pattern of unacceptable conduct and behavior which is directed at particular staff. The evidence discloses that private attempts to prevail upon the council to curtail this conduct and refrain from such unacceptable behavior has failed. Whereas an Integrity Commissioner may also recommend and council may impose certain remedial actions within its powers upon receipt of an Integrity Commissioner's report. And whereas the Integrity Commissioner has made further recommendations for council to consider under section 162 of the report, and whereas City Council strongly believes that all employees should be treated with respect and that no one should be subjected to the behavior described in this report, therefore be it resolved that Council impose further restrictions as outlined in section 162 of the Integrity Commissioner's report dated November the 3rd, 2021. Item number 1, that Councillor Whitehead be restricted in his communications with city staff outside of his own office staff, to communicating only with the city manager, general managers or designate, city solicitor and city clerk for the remainder of the 2018-22 council term. And item 2, that Councillor Whitehead be obliged during council and committee meetings to confine his questions of staff by directing his questions to the mayor or chair and not directly addressing staff for the remainder of the 2018-2022 council term. That is my motion, Madam Chair, and I will leave it in your hands to see it through to a vote. And I see Councillor Johnson.
You have Councillor Brenda Johnson. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Go ahead.
Yep, thank you. And just to ask the mover, instead of me bringing a separate motion forward, can we add an amendment to your motion? And that is to relieve Councillor Whitehead of all the chair and vice chair responsibilities to the end of term.
That you can amend this motion in any which way you choose. So yeah, you can amend this one to add that as an
Thank you. It's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan. To make that a motion, make that amendment, please.
We'll make that amendment to the mayor's main motion. Councillor Jackson, sir.
Deputy Mayor Pearson, then can I have a separate vote on that? Because
Yes,
I wish to support what the Integrity Commissioner recommended, which is what the mayor's motion was on its own. I just want an opportunity to vote on Councillor Johnson's motion separately, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We will have a motion on the amendment and then on the motion as amended. So with that, I see no further speakers to that. So I'll go to the clerk then on the.
We have Councillor Ferguson is indicating.
Sorry, I just flipped to the agenda part. Councillor Ferguson, I missed you there. My apologies.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think in addition to it's also important. We've been running for 9 months without the chair of some of our subcommittees. And I'm thinking now governance or license renewal. And it's been difficult to manage these committees without the regular chair because the vice chair takes over and then there's no second in command when the committee chair needs to relinquish to make a point. And so I'm going to support this for that reason, that it's critical that we have those positions where someone's active. Councillor Whitehead is on a phased return to work and therefore probably still not able to perform those functions. So I support the motion for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers on the main motion or the amendment? If not, we'll go to a vote then on the amendment, which is to remove Councillor Whitehead as a chair and vice chair of any committees that he sits on for the remainder of the council term.
That's approved 11-1.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now on the main motion as amended. Recorded vote, please.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just have a question to staff.
Okay, we'll have to stop that vote. And your question, Councillor Danko, to staff, please.
Is the city manager in the meeting?
She was.
So I'll direct this to you and you can direct it as it would be proper procedure because this is actually a procedure question. So if this is enacted operationally, how will we implement this if Councillor Whitehead is no longer permitted to speak with staff except for general manager and the city manager?
Madam City Manager.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would be sending out a communications with the support of the senior leadership team to directors and managers, and they will ultimately share it with their staff, that if they receive any communications directly from Councillor Whitehead, that they are not to reply, that they should refer that up to their general manager. If the councillor's office is looking for information, his office staff to support a constituent question, we would provide that information to the office staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Excellent question because I was going to ask about the office staff. and making sure their ability was still there. Councillor Clark, I see your hand, sir.
Thank you. And some will be wondering if this would be an impediment to the councillor's fulfillment of his role as a councillor. The city manager will know that generally in my practice is that if I'm speaking to staff on an issue, I go to the general manager and they can delegate it to the appropriate body, but I speak with the general manager first, and I've had tremendous success in terms of dealing with the issues in my ward, and it's never been an impediment. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. And some departments prefer that we do go directly to the managers and not deal with the staff, or they get inundated with a whole lot of things that can be delegated. Thank you. So with that, then we do have the motion as amended on the floor. I see no further speakers. We'll go to a vote. Thank you, everyone.
That is carried 12-0.
Thank you, everyone. Mr. Mayor, I will return the chair to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And, there is an outstanding item. I believe it was in the Audit and Finance Committee report. Madam Clerk, if you could remind me of the item that we needed to vote on, or it's just included in the report, so we just have to approve the report. And I do recall it was moved and seconded by, I think, Councillor Ferguson and the Vice Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's the whole AFNA report.
Right.
And then we'll need another motion to approve the directions provided to staff in closed session.
Correct.
On 5-1. Sorry, because we had staff directions in closed session.
Right.
So there are going to be two separate votes coming up, one for AFNA and one to approve the directions provided to staff in closed session.
Right. And do we do that closed session piece?
We can do that after AFNA.
Before or after we rise and report from Committee of the Whole?
That'll be before, please.
Okay, thank you. So on the Audit and Finance Committee report, there was the one item that was in discussion. I understand resolved. And so on that balance of the report as presented, all in favor, if you would put that vote up.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify for everybody, we're voting on the entire AFNA because we didn't vote on any of it before.
That's right.
Thank you. That carries 12-0.
Thank you. And on the direction camera, you want to give me the wording, Madam Clerk, in terms of what you... So direction was provided.
That the directions provided to staff in closed session be approved.
Right, that's it. Great, thank you. A mover and a seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Clark. Thank you. All in favor? When you are ready. Thank you. Yes.
That carries 12-0.
Thank you. And now, Councillor, a motion to rise from the Committee of the Whole, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That committee rise for Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Seconder for that would be Councillor Jackson.
Certainly.
Good call. Thank you. Any supportive as well? All in favor? Thank you. Madam Clerk, you got that one recorded?
Councillor Nan, were you able to submit your vote?
Yeah.
She's thumbs up. And that carries 12-0.
Thank you. And the second to last item we need to do with is bylaws and confirming bylaw. Councillor Pearson, again, a motion on the bills.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's been moved seconded by Councillor Jason Farr that the November 10th, 2021 bills be passed and the corporate seal be affixed thereto and signed by the mayor and the city clerk.
Thank you. And that'll be a vote on that electronically as well. It is up through the uprights. Thank you.
That carries 12-0.
Thank you very much. And last item is a motion to adjourn. Is that your motion to adjourn, Councillor Pearson? Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Can't imagine that everyone's in favor. We'll see. We'll test the vote. Yeah, some are, let's do it another few hours. Well, you can make a decision here and say no, or
We're
say yes.
hoping it carries.
Thank you all for,
I'm just poking the bear, Mr. Mayor. Great job.
yes,
Thank you, sir.
yes. Thank you all for a difficult and long and arduous meeting, but well done, I would say.
Meeting.
That
Thank you,
is
Mr. Mayor.
12-0.
Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
And we're back together tomorrow. Budget. Thank you.
Yeah.